Before we begin, in the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that we live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, the Tsuut'ina, the Stoney Nakoda Nations, the Métis Nation Region 3, and all people who make their homes in the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. This acknowledgement was brought to you by calgaryfoundation.org. Now, back to the podcast.
Hey, Dean.
Mm-hmm.
Send me $50.
I already sent you 20.
That was for pizza. That doesn't count.
Are you in like financial ruin or something? What the fuck?
No.
What do you need $50 for?
I don't need $50. Send me $50.
If Gabe's getting paid, I want to get paid.
I'm not getting paid.
Marie-Soleil, you're working.
I'm not getting paid. Hang on. Let's get something clear here. I'm not getting paid. I'm robbing him.
I was about to say.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hey there.
Bonjour.
My name is Dean, and welcome back to the InkGuild podcast. Just go to fucking therapy.
Don't correct me. I don't care.
Need to start a revolution.
I'm going to fucking explode if I don't say this by now.
She would challenge them to a double dutch.
I'm going to summon up his spirit to fix all of this up for
You
me.
didn't have good enough tea and or comic books, so.
And you know what? I'm gonna say it.
All of them are fucking idiots.
Simply everyone is taking cocaine.
And that's fucking it.
Excuse me?
Just say your morning routine.
You're replicant rebate.
I'm so excited to find out if Jughead got abducted by aliens or not.
Boneless.
Is your refrigerator running? Better go get it then.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dean. Welcome back to the InkGuild podcast, and welcome to the season 5 finale. Tonight, I'm joined by Alex.
Hello.
Gabe.
Hello.
Tyler.
Hello.
Marie-Soleil.
Hi there.
And Lee.
Hi.
Tonight is our workshop episode. I think the one episode that I've been excited to do the most since we started season 5. It is going to be a pretty long night, as what a lot of you probably know from our podcast, but like significantly, this one is going to be a bit more interesting because with the nature of workshop, we are going to be looking at some of our current drafts of stories that we have been working on either for a while or for a short term, and workshopping them. So critiquing them based on any comments that we have, any technical aspects that we want to go over, as well as content. And this is going to be a very, very good night. I'm really excited for this. However, just as a quick disclaimer before I explain how things will work, for those who are familiar with us on Spotify, you'll likely have seen this in the credits, but basically I'm going to read it out again. Please be aware that as some of us are still unpublished writers, the characters and worlds of our own design are still our own property, and we're sharing our material for the interest of our audience and for the interest of publishers. Just saying. Please be respectful and do not plagiarize our work. Don't plagiarize my work. Don't plagiarize Tyler's, Alex's, all of ours. We are sharing this just for the sake of this podcast. And again, for any publishers out there, these stories we are wanting to work with you, unless I'm not going to say anything bad. I want to work with you publishers.
Steal my shit and die.
But, well, okay. All right. So how tonight's workshop will work is that we have a speaking order. So it will be me first. Then it will be... Oh my God, I already forgot the speaking order. So I will be speaking first. Gabe will then be presenting his piece. Alex will be following that. And then Marie-Soleil, Lee, and Tyler. We will each give a bit of context to kind of fill everybody in on where the story will be taking place, some necessary background information beforehand, and then we'll be reading our piece out in full. Afterwards, we will then be having some time to comment on each other's individual pieces, which also has a speaking order. I'd like to say that we should be limiting ourselves to 5 minutes worth of commentary. However, depending on the content and based on whatever ideas have come to mind when we were critiquing, that may take longer. So just keep in mind, just keep that in mind. However, when you are listening, all the necessary timestamps will be in the description provided on YouTube and Spotify. And with all of that being said, let's get started with mine. So my piece is Xeno, which is, to no surprise, the story that I have brought up numerous times on the InkGuild podcast. It is the one that I've been working on for a while now, and I've had sections of it workshopped numerous times. As many of you can see right now, I am you'll hopefully be, if you're on YouTube, you'll have a better grasp of this, but I'm reading off of a Google Doc. However, I know everyone has written notes on a separate page, possibly. So yeah, so this is Xeno, a confrontation. That's not the actual chapter name, by the way. It's just kind of necessary context. In terms of context, the following excerpt takes place midway through the story. Porter and Magna are staying in a cabin outside Feste, a tourist town similar to Banff, with a pair of newfound allies. Porter has been teased with the potential of the Shays, magic incorporating pure light. Before this, Porter had promised Magna she would tell her the second Linnea called to her. It's only been 1 day since. So, to kind of fill in some more information for those who are not familiar with Xeno, Porter Xeno is the main protagonist. Magna is her best friend and ex, I believe. The newfound allies I have tried my best not to mention beforehand, and Linnea is the goddess of the soil who has anointed Porter as her mystic, which means that she is basically given the powers of a god and is able to control the Shays, which are magic incorporating pure light. So, is everyone ready?
Yeah, I can't wait.
Cool.
Yes.
Let's go.
All right. Catch your attention, did I, love? Linnea chuckles. We'll head into the forest, close enough to the cabin in case something happens. Gather your things. Porter nods. She takes her journal, walking over and tucking it into her bag. From it, she pulls out her bandolier. Porter raises her head, murmuring to herself, "Wait, I should tell Magna. Tell me about what?" Porter turns her head. Magna stops, walking on her way back to the couches. Standing above Porter, she raises an eyebrow. "Tell me about what?" "We're heading out," Porter answers. "Out? Why are we..." Porter takes her sleeve, pulling it up to reveal about half of her tattoos. Hopefully she gets the message, Porter thinks. Magna's eyes flare, her jaw dangling on its hinges. After a few seconds, an elated grin forms on Magna's face. Porter nudges her head towards the door, raising a finger to her lips. Together, they sneak outside. Fastening the bandolier around her waist, Porter closes the door behind her as Magna starts. "Hoy, are you serious? Did the goddess talk to you?" She's been... Magna backs up, her expression humbling itself. "Since when?" "Just a few minutes ago," Porter lies, her breath short. "It's time, Magna." She stammers, changing the subject. "She's going to teach me the..." "Quarter!" Magna bursts, her eyes burning in excitement again. "Your eyes!" Porter rolls up her sleeves. The loose petals glow in a dim mauve. "To your right," she hears the goddess say. "Let's go there. Tell Magna to collect her weapons too. I've a use for her." Porter relays the information to Magna. At the slightest mention, Linnea herself asked her to do something. Magna dashes straight for her car. Pulling her keys out with shaking, elated hands almost causes her to toss them through the windshield. "Gods," Porter scoffs. "Be careful, Magna, that's your own car." "Do you not think I know that, Quarter?" Magna hisses in an aggressive whisper. "Can you blame me, huh?" Grabbing her bow and a quiver from the back seat, Magna skips right back to Porter, a childish grin across her face. Porter playfully rolls her eyes, pointing her to the right and asking her to scout. Magna protests, however. Can I stay beside you instead? Please, Quarter, please. She wants to stay close. Ask Linnea as many questions as possible. Magna takes a step forward, tilting her head to the side. She opens her eyes just enough to let them sparkle in the bright mid-afternoon light. Porter groans. Magna, gods, just scout. Magna pouts for a second right before furling her lips and storming away. Porter lets her lead by a few steps, far enough to converse with Linnea privately before following her, shaking off the cheesy smirk on her face. So, Porter says to Linnea, where are we going? There's a small clearing a few steps away from here, Linnea answers. Think of the roots of the trees around us like heartbeats. That clearing's quiet enough, I guess, for what I have in mind. Porter guesses they'd been walking for almost 3 minutes. Small, golden god rays pierce through the roof of the forest, attracting small clouds of nixies, bugs named after the Lunnix and about half the size of her pinky. She stops for a moment, never seeing their special bioluminescent wings flicker up close as they dance around her fingers. She turns her head, still spotting parts of the cabin through the trees. You lied to her, the goddess says, her voice somber. Back there, when you said, I know. Porter hangs her head low, her fists clenched at her side. Why did you tell her that? I forgot, I guess. Forgot? Or convinced yourself you'd tell her later again? Porter scoffs. Again. She knows she's lied to Magna enough. Too much, she knows, for a good person like Magna to live with. To keep living with. I'm sorry if I might have triggered something, love, Linnea hums, knowing the weight of her words. But keeping secrets from her will only hurt both of you the longer you hold it in. I know it has before, so for now, clear your conscience. Completely. Make an opportunity. Porter lifts her head to nod. Because funny enough, I'm going to need you to. Porter playfully rolls her eyes. What you consider funny really isn't that funny, you know that? She hears Linnea snort. Why then? For your first shay, the gratia, the only way for me to communicate with those you trust most at the cost of a clear and honest conscience. She'll see the echo and hear my voice when I call to her. Though her lips are scrunched and her head sways, Porter agrees. Once you've told her the truth, place your dominant pointer and middle finger on her forehead and chant the spell's name. Porter lifts her head, watching Magna scout from up ahead. She won't get hurt? No. I promise she won't. With a final nod, Porter turns around, where Magna's a few steps ahead now. She's already nearing the clearing Linnea talked about. Magna, Porter calls out. Clear my conscience, she says to herself. Magna, slow down a bit. Porter swivels on her heels. Here, right? She asks, pointing to the clearing. Excuse me. Yeah. Porter catches up to her, taking a second to breathe before she says, we should talk. Make an opportunity. About? Her eyes are raised, attentive and sincere. Porter, taking in a deep breath, faces Magna with a vulnerable, honest tone. The goddess talked to me last night, about an hour after you fell asleep. Magna's shift in attitude isn't obvious, but Porter knows it changed. Standing at the center of the clearing with her, Porter continues, rigid but calm. We talked for a bit before I went to bed. She's the one who told me about the LMS. She gave them that name. And Porter scoffs. She's the one that made me go to bed last night because she's the only other one that knows how bad I overthink. She looks to Magna. Porter knows this look Magna's giving her. Peered, almost piercing eyes, resting eyebrows, her lips slightly parted. Magna's bracing herself. She knows there's more I've been keeping, Porter thinks, and she won't say a word until I've said everything. All that... The money from my wallet was stolen too, Porter says, fighting a voice crack. I'd been stealing ever since I left to find her. And when you showed me my mom's ring, I was pissed. Porter's fist clench. It's just, you knew how badly her abduction meant to me and you're deflecting. Porter hisses to herself. Don't do this. Don't blame her for that. Porter takes in a breath. I'm sorry for that. That wasn't called for. And I'm sorry that I lied to you again about my feelings, about the money, about the goddess. After all this time, I still can't stop it. Magna interrupts, her tone sharp. If you're just going to say that you still can't tell me the truth, then stop it. Don't you dare. It's not just the truth, Magna. I still can't. Don't. Quarter, please. Magna, I still can't treat you right, okay? I lied to you, and it took me a night to tell you about Linnea. It took me a few weeks to tell you about the money, and it took you 5 years to tell me that you were a fury. Magna's voice cracks. A single tear rolls down her eye. I take a few weeks over that, Quarter. You don't deserve to be taking it at all, Magna. Gods, you don't deserve you? Magna's voice cracks. I don't deserve you, is that it? Porter turns away, fighting back a tear from stinging her eye as Magna continues. I'm still here. For you. Because I believe in you. Magna steps forward as a second tear rolls down her cheek. You aren't the same person that hurt me a long time ago. I know you aren't, because I know you're trying. Magna's voice sinks. Tears trickle down her cheek. Her hands start trembling at her side, but behind those hazel green eyes. Porter stands there fighting her control. 3 years ago, Porter confessed everything. The Furari, her involvement, all of it. The 5 years of secrets, lies, and pain she kept under the noses of everyone she loved were no longer a secret. How Magna's reacting now is almost picture perfect to how she did back then. Everything, down to a flame ignited behind her eyes. That fire still haunts Porter, but not because Magna was going to hurt her. Magna had enough. And when that fire grew, Porter lost her. Porter expected as much. She couldn't blame her either, but even then, she lost Magna at a time she needed her the most. Porter just left the Furari. She needed to be guided back to a life before them. Just a day without her made Porter regret every minute she wasted when they were together. It took her a year to even face Magna again. It took them another to salvage what they had left. Now, after all they'd been through, Porter faces Magna. Porter can't lose her again. I know you're trying, Magna repeats, to forget what you've gone through, to learn about living a better life and unlearning an awful one. Taking her best friend's hand, Magna looks at Porter. And those that try deserve the chance to keep trying, so don't say I don't deserve you at your worst when I want to be with you for the rest of your life. Magna wipes the tears from her cheeks, trying to reel in her emotions. I'm not leaving you again. Porter smiles, fighting to hold back a tear stinging her eye. Gods. Porter shakes off the scrambled words weighing on her tongue. Thank you. Are we okay then? Yeah. Magna smiles back, the last pair of tears in her eyes sparkling in the light. Good. Now, bear with me, okay? Porter raises her hand. What? Wait, we're not good anymore. What are you? Porter places her fingers on Magna's forehead. Gratia. Light flashes from Magna's eyes, first in gold, then white, then finally mauve. Magna steps back as Porter watches her eyes turn back to normal. Whoa, Magna stammers. What was that? Easy, Magna, Porter hums with an air of confidence as she rolls up her sleeves. Just watch. She raises her palm to the sky. The tattoos brighten. Streams of mauve, black, white, and gold lunix converge at the center, forming the goddess's hand. Porter snorts. At the corner of her eye, Magna's jaw hangs loose enough for the wind to sweep off her face as she watches all this. The echo of the goddess forms. With a brief nod, they lower their hands. Porter watches Linnea turn around to face Magna. Magna Idana, Linnea says. It's a pleasure to meet you, my dear. And that was a confrontation. So my questions for the workshop, as kind of a guys to everybody, and for those who are seeing it right now, first of all, how was everything? Secondly, how did you find the dialogue? Was it too much sometimes? Question number 3, was this conversation too melodramatic? And if it was, what could I do to help make it less so? Number 4, was there enough showing and not telling in this piece? I felt with the later parts of the excerpt, it exposited a lot of information out of context. And question number 5, are there any general comments? Also, I forgot to note this, but I did have another question. How do you find Porter and Magnus' relationship? But yes, I believe with that, or with my piece completed, let's go to the commenters. So I believe Alex is up first.
I want you to know, when I read your first question, the only thing I wrote down is, this is the vaguest question I've ever heard. I don't know how to answer this. How was everything? That's not a great question, but that's not the point. Anyway, it was fun to read. I haven't actually gotten around to reading a lot of your stuff yet, so this was really nice to like get into your world and stuff. I think I'll go through your questions and then give you like my general notes afterwards. How did you find the dialogue? Was it too much at times? It's a conversation, so there's going to be a lot of dialogue. I think there was one line in particular I noted was kind of awkward, which was, "Do you not think I know that, Quarter?" I was just like, that doesn't sound like something someone would say. Or like it didn't like match with the rest of the dialogue super well, so it just felt really awkward. I also thought you did a good job of like having each of the characters have a pretty distinct voice. Like Porter and Magna don't talk exactly the same. And Linnea tends to talk differently than the rest of them, though I think you could do like a bit more to like emphasize the fact that she's like a goddess and probably speaks very differently than mortals. Mm-hmm. Question 3, was this conversation melodramatic? I don't think it was too bad in that case. Again, I think the best way to deal with this is to have like 2 people that aren't you read the dialogue back and forth as it's written, and then you can just like listen to it and figure out where it sounds awkward and stuff. Mm-hmm. Showing and not telling, there was a little bit of too much exposition at certain parts. Like you have this whole part where Porter's like 3 years ago she confessed everything, blah blah, and all that part. And because this takes place like in the middle of your story, I assume that's going to be knowledge that other readers already have. And so at that part, I thought maybe it was a little too exposition-y, but like after that, I think it was fine. There was also one part. Magna's shift in attitude isn't obvious, but Porter knows it changed. How does she know it changed? It's one of those things where I think you could, because like in like the next part you talk about like Porter knows this look Magna's giving her, and then you describe the look. I feel like you could do that for how her shift in attitude changes, just enough for Porter to notice, and that would be a little more like showing instead of telling. Mm-hmm. And then general comments. To me, this felt very like I don't know how to put this exactly, but the timing feels very convenient, if that makes sense. Like Porter has all these like lies that have been piling up, and then Linnea's like, "Oh, if you deal with it, you'll get magic." And it just felt a little too like convenient. And I kind of wanted, like, it feels like it was supposed to be a trial of sorts, like the way it's described, to get this magic. Like she has to clear her conscience. And that will give her the magic. And I kind of wish she had struggled with it a little bit more, if that makes sense. Because right now it just seems too easy. So yeah, that was my one thing that felt a little bit off about it. But as for their relationship, I thought it was really interesting. You can tell there's a lot of like history between them, and they're both very like comfortable talking to each other. Like, you know, you've often described Magna as very like upbeat, but you can tell here she's not afraid to like tell Porter like that she's being stupid, I guess. If that makes sense. Like she's not like trying to, she's very honest with Porter, I think. which I think is a good thing. And then, yeah, I thought like the relationship and like the like change in tones and stuff was very fun to read.
Cool.
Yes, that's me.
All right. I guess next in the speaking order is Gabe.
Oh, it sure is. Yeah, I didn't really know how to answer the first question. Because I was like, I don't know. I just didn't know how to answer it, so I'm not going to.
Thank you.
I thought the dialogue was pretty good. I sort of had the same. I don't know if this would be show don't tell. There were a couple moments where and I still can't think of like how I would replace it necessarily, but like there are some points around the tail end of the conversation where I felt like there were certain things that I feel like could be conveyed with more like maybe not, this isn't really a dialogue change. It's sort of like I mean I guess it is a dialogue change, but not with the actual like words spoken. Just like there's like I think body language that could be used to like convey certain things like the Magna had enough. When the fire grew, Porter lost her, and Porter faces Magna. Porter can't lose her again. I feel like there are. I don't know how off the top of my head, but like I feel like this could be maybe conveyed in a more like seamless way with like with body language as opposed to just outright stating it. If that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah.
But I really liked I liked the dialogue, and I liked I read a couple pieces with Linnea before, and Linnea has a very strong voice. I feel like and I like the relationship between Porter and Magna. It's very good. It's very good. Was it too melodramatic? I don't know if it was too melodramatic. It was a little melodramatic, but it felt earned. It felt earnedly melodramatic, if that makes any sense.
Earnedly, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. Yeah.
It was melodramatic, but like I got why. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Lee, I believe you're up next. Lee.
Sorry, technical difficulties when I didn't realize I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah. So, for the first question, how was everything? I liked the excerpt that I read. Obviously, I didn't have the full story, so the context really helped. Overall, I enjoyed reading it, and the dialogue seemed like it was just a conversation, which is something that is really nice to find in dialogue. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down to your questions to make sure I answer all of them. So how did I find the dialogue? Was it too much at times? The dialogue was good. I like how it showed through the dialogue and through your description around it that these characters knew each other and that they had a pre-established relationship that they were building off of and working with. Was it too melodramatic? So, I think you can be as melodramatic as you want to in any piece of writing as long as it's earned. And like Gabe said, this did feel earned. Like the drama in this felt like it was there for a purpose. I'm not, because I don't have the rest of the context for this, but the drama was there and it felt like it was earned and developing off something into something else. I feel like what Alex said about how the conversation went very easily, however, did not match up to Porter's hesitation around it beforehand. But I don't know if that's a character trait for Porter or not, because once again, I haven't read the earlier sections of this. I would almost add a little bit more to dig into how Porter's feeling and how Magna's feeling, if you want to. and just give more context. But once again, this is an excerpt, and I don't know what becomes before and after this, so this could obviously be solved later or before in the chapter. Overall, though, I did like the dialogue, and I think a good test for dialogue is just reading it, and does it sound like reading it without any of the extra description, and does it sound like a conversation? And it did. I really did enjoy the dialogue. Was there enough showing and not telling in this piece? There was some telling in this piece, but as an excerpt, I really benefited from just the little bit of telling that you did. But the showing of your goddess and how things worked and how she needed to do this trial was all there. So I really enjoyed that bit. General comments, I almost, says you do a really beautiful description of the Lennox bugs, right? You talk about how they look, and I almost wish you would describe the area they're in a little bit more. Because you're putting, like, I love how much emphasis you're putting on character development and how they're interacting. But I would also love to see a little more background detail, which once again might be solved before or after this passage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's me. I hope it was helpful.
Very much so. Yeah. Thank you, Lee. Marie-Soleil, you're up.
Yeah. Okay. Words. I haven't read from your other posts that you've posted. I've meant to, but I haven't. So I was coming into this completely out of nowhere. Almost completely out of nowhere. I read what you wrote for class. But your piece felt a little disjointed to me, if that makes sense. It felt like, so she grabs Porter grabs Magna to go into the woods and have a private conversation, sends Magna off, has a different private conversation with her goddess, and then calls Magna back. That it felt to me like she should have had the conversation with her goddess and then asked Magna to come and have a private chat. That would have like flowed better for me, at least.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And the dialogue seemed to work. It made sense to me. Like, I can tell the two different voices between the two, or well, three characters, even though there's two separate conversations and each conversation has two people. And I agree with what the others said about the showing and not telling. You've written it very well done. When I first read this, I thought it was a typo when you put quarter in, and I'm guessing that's just a nickname though, because like you have both Porter and quarter used, and quarter is only used when Magna is referring to her as that. So yeah, it sounds like a nickname.
It is a nickname, yeah.
Awesome. And general comments. I know I'm going through this really quickly, but a lot of what I wanted to say was already said. General comments, though, you use pronouns a lot, and I find that when I'm writing a conversation between two people, and only two people, that you don't need to use both of their names when you're referring to the different speakers. So when Porter and Linnea are talking, I would just use Linnea's name instead of using both of their names, if that makes sense. Because like where was it? I had a part that I was going to pull out, but I don't want to waste my time.
Yeah, I think I see where you're coming from, though. Yeah, just like, yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Okay, good. And the one spot that always bugs me is when someone says they cried a single tear, because I've never known someone to cry a single tear. And you could say like a tear slid down her cheek and then followed by another, and then she was crying or something like that. Because I've never met someone who just cried one tear and then a second tear.
Fair point, yeah.
Those are my comments.
All right. Thanks. Tyler, I think you're here now to kind of close out the comments.
Oh, hi. So I think I'm at a particular advantage in this workshop, by the way, considering I have read all of Xeno that has been posted, read Marie-Soleil's the moment it was written as part of a Halloween writing night, and read all of Lee's as well. So I think I'm at a particular advantage here. I went pretty hard on these critiques, not gonna lie, just because I do have a lot of context for quite a few of them, and I go pretty detailed. So I'll try and make this fairly quick. And I'm not starting with the questions here. I'm starting with a few specific little complaints. The dialogue is, as always, Dean, very good. It flows very well. There are a few points of issue I have with it. Firstly, in the very beginning section, Porter plays very coy with Magna, with pulling out the tattoos and stuff like that. And I felt it off with their relationship that she would bother playing coy, as opposed to just saying, hey, we're going for a walk. Come with me. I need to talk to you about something. Porter's usually very direct, and that felt a little off to me. A note on one fact about that, she also pulls out her tattoos twice, which is just an interesting little redundancy I found out. She rolls up her sleeves halfway and then rolls up her sleeves again a little while later. Yeah, bottom of the first page is the second time she does it. Again, just minor little pacing and redundancy gripe there. The eyes section in that first page there, where Magna is talking and keeps interrupting Porter, it's good. It's a little choppy. I might consider a few less interruptions, but again, the dialogue is really good, so don't fuck with it unless you really, really have to. Also on the eyes part, Quarter, Magna bursts, her eyes burning in excitement again. Your eyes. Porter rolls up her sleeves. What about her eyes? I know they glow and stuff when she gets her powers and change, but no one else knew that in reading this piece, and that's okay. But you still have a chance to describe it once again, even in a different way or with a different example than the last time you described it, and could be very good. On note of eyes, you mention eyes a ton in this piece, whether it's Magna's, Porter's, tears and stuff like that. And eyes are good, but it's pretty back to back. Magna's eyes flare. Quarter, Magna bursts, her eyes burning. Your eyes. It's a lot, again and again and again. And it's good that you mention them. I would just try and spread it out more. Where are we now? A lot of notes, trying to get through this in 5 minutes or less. At the slightest mention of Linnea, and we're down to second page, first paragraph here. At the slightest mention, Linnea herself asked her to do something. Magna dashes straight to her car. This makes sense because as a reader, we have context clues of why Magna would be dashing to her car. That's where her goddamn bow is. However, writing-wise, it's clunky. At the slightest mention, Linnea herself asked her to do something. Magna dashes straight for her car. It's floating a Gricean maxim of language, which I don't remember which one it is, but it would be better served to do at the slightest mention, Linnea herself asked her to do something. Magna's energy rose, and she dashed straight to her car. There's just a little section in there that I feel is missing because the two clauses are only separately tangentially related. Something funny I noticed when I heard you read it, it was great. Do you not think I know that, Quarter? Magna hisses in an aggressive whisper. Magna got really aggressive in that moment, And I think aggressive might be better served changing to excited because Magna's not usually that aggressive either, in my opinion. To do scene setting is interesting. There's a line I really like in here about to think of the roots of the trees around us like heartbeats. That clearing's quiet enough, I guess, for what I have in mind. That's Linnea speaking to Porter. The roots of the trees around us like heartbeats. I don't know what that means. I realize she's a goddess of the soil, but why do the trees' heartbeats matter? Why is that an important bit of information that the goddess is displaying? Even if it's meant to be deliberately confusing and like poetically scene setting, I don't think Porter would fully understand why the trees having heartbeats matters to her training session either. And that could straight up just be mentioned as Porter, slightly confused, brushes the goddess's comments off and moves on. I will also reiterate the section that Lee talked about with the floating bugs. The bugs are super specific. I can see them fantastic, but all I really see in the scene is god rays and bugs, and I'm still stuck on this fact that the trees have heartbeats. I don't really see the trees or the clearing that much, so a bit of added description there would be nice. I've got a lot. Oh, some good points on the dialogue that I absolutely loved. Magna staying quiet to pressure Porter into spilling her guts is fantastic. I love that for her. That's great. Silent treatment Magna is terrifying. She's great. Porter's stuttering explanation is perfect. It's fantastic. It's real. I will also reiterate the single tier fact because it's used twice in repetition very quickly. Single tier, then single tier. Yeah, you talk a lot about tears, which I understand it's a very heartfelt scene, but again, to me, it's about pacing. Same with the eyes. Use of fragmented sentences. And this is something I might end up talking about a lot tonight. I do it as well. But Porter, but not because Magna was going to hurt her. Magna had enough. When the fire grew, Porter lost her. Porter expected as much. That's 3 fragments in a row. And I know it's serving to give a punch, but if we're talking about dramaticism, that is about the only part I would actually consider overly dramatic. Back to area descriptions near the very end, like literally right at the end. The echo of the goddess forms. Wait, no, missed it. Streams of mauve, black, white, and gold Linux converge at the center, forming the goddess's hand. I love that. It's fantastic. It's very poetic. Like I've said, use a lot of poetic language, and I do enjoy it. But during that scene, I literally see Porter and Magna, and then just like a color palette. Again, I don't see many of the trees. I don't see the setting they're standing in. They're kind of in a white room with some colors flowing around. And though it's pretty, yes, it could serve more with some concrete language. And my very last general comment is, Linnea is so polite, she's corny, and I fucking love it. All right. Everyone with me so far? I know that was a lot, and I had to rattle it off. How am I doing for...
That was 5 minutes.
Fucking A. Do I want to answer one of the questions? Yeah, I'll answer your question about their relationship. God, I love mortars. Wait, mortar?
Martyr.
Pagna? Magter? Love it. It's great. It's fantastic.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you.
Poof. Poof. There is one more point I would like to talk with you about, though, Dean.
What's up?
And it's on the effect of melodrama, because you asked about it. And let's just look at the definition of melodrama. A sensational, dramatic piece with exaggerated characters and exciting events intended to appeal to the emotions. So yes, it's very melodramatic, which is exactly what it's supposed to be.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. That was very appreciated. I think as a takeaway, I didn't really have any kind of follow-up questions. A lot of your guys' comments was very thorough, and I really appreciate that. I'll definitely consider building the scene a bit better around them, like a few, just a few details of like what the scene, of like where they are, and like how they get from point A to point B. So like really build the forest around them. I'm glad that the conversation itself was not too melodramatic. However, I will be fixing up the tears thing because now that I've listened back at it and like read it through, I could probably focus on other parts of the body for specific body language because they are both, like, I'd like to say, fairly like expressive when it comes to how they speak. Like, they really try to, or like, I want to make sure that they're like speaking with more than just their face. So yeah, it's good to know that everything is working well, and I'm glad that like these two have a very real relationship. And like, just I really appreciated the fact, Tyler, about like your comment on how like Magna's like gauging Porter to just say everything, and like, because I was hoping that was coming across really well.
Oh, it did. I love that. Silent treatment Magna is best Magna.
All right. Well, I think that's all from me. Let's move into our next piece, which is Gabe's.
All right. Okay. All right. Hang on. Let me just get some water.
All right.
Before I start reading this.
Water. Don't you mean whiskey?
No.
No.
I'm drinking just regular water. I need my throat to be clean and clear.
I know that throat ain't clean, Gabe. Anyways.
All right.
What? There is no context for this. It's a short story. All the context is the context. So this is Manifest. The scratchy fabric of a cheap seat and the low hum of an airplane engine slithered their way into Thomas's senses as he woke. He groaned and rubbed the back of his neck, the flat cushion of his airplane seat doing little to accommodate his sleep. He licked his dry lips and swallowed, an immediate thirst taking hold of him as he rose from his mid-flight rest. His tray table still down and a plastic cup in front of him, he grabbed it and attempted to drink. To his chagrin, he found it empty. Not even the stale water of melted ice cubes remained. He shifted his eyes to the in-flight entertainment system, hoping to find out he would be landing soon. Instead of that, he found the screen empty, only the words "Please wait" in a crude, tactile font plastered dead center. Thomas tapped the screen, thinking this was part of a movie he'd fallen asleep during, but the screen wouldn't respond. It simply kept saying, "Please wait." He sighed and looked around him. Most of the windows of the plane were shut. The few that were open showed a few of a... Oh, that's a typo. The few that were open showed a black night sky. The lights on the plane were dimmed, save for the green lights along the floor. The sleeping passengers surrounding Thomas, including the one next to him, did not seem disturbed by the words "Please wait" haunting their screens. Thomas reached up and pressed the button to call a flight attendant for a glass of water. The button activated a hazy orange light as he pushed it, and a soft ding echoed across the airplane. Thomas waited for a moment, expecting the sound of footsteps, but heard nothing. He looked around him and saw no flight attendants approaching his seat. In fact, he didn't see a single flight attendant on the plane. Annoyed, Thomas unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up when he saw someone standing in the aisle. In the darkness of the dimly lit cabin, he could make out no details about the figure, only that it was a man wearing a suit, holding in his hand a long cylindrical object. The darkness of the cabin shrouded the figure, and Thomas felt somewhat unsettled by the figure's indistinguishable presence. Most unsettling was the figure's arms. They hung low enough to be illuminated by the aisle lights. In the darkness, it looked as though the sleeves of the figure's jacket were stained with blood. Before Thomas could make out anything significant about the figure, the plane began to shake. The momentary turbulence knocked Thomas from his seat and into the aisle. He yelped as he fell and grasped onto a nearby seat to keep from falling on his face. The turbulence stopped as quickly as it began, and Thomas stood up. The figure was gone, but Thomas ignored it. He assumed it must have been another sleepless passenger, and his imagination was simply getting carried away. Thomas whispered a quiet apology to the passenger whose seat he'd fallen on. The sleeping passenger hadn't noticed the commotion. Thomas, not willing to be thirsty any longer, walked to the back galley where he expected to find the plane's flight attendants. As he arrived in the galley, he found it empty, not one flight attendant in sight. Thomas assumed the flight attendants must all be in the first-class area, predictably blocked up by a blue curtain. Unwilling to cause a potential scene by barging into first class, he quietly searched for something to satiate his thirst. After some searching, he found a cupboard labeled water. He peeked out from the galley and once again saw no flight attendants. He pulled the cupboard open and grabbed a bottle of water. He twisted the lid off and attempted to drink it, but found that, like his cup, the bottle was empty. All the bottles inside the cupboard were empty. Thomas took a step back from the cupboard, confused, but most of all angry at the circumstances. His thirst was beginning to seriously vex him, and resorting to desperation, he walked over to the airplane bathroom. The cramped bathroom fairly fit Thomas between its walls. He looked down at the bathroom sink. There was no knob, so he assumed it must be automatic, and waved his hand under the tap. No water came out, and he groaned. With the little room available, he crouched down to find the sensor, but found none. He stood back up and took a moment to examine the tap. No knob, no automatic sensor, but on the top of the tap he saw what looked like a big blue button. He sighed and tapped the button. Again, no water came out. He tapped it again, and still no water. Thomas grunted a frustrated curse and smacked the tap. As his flat palm slammed onto the silver tap, water began rushing out. He sighed in relief and cupped his hand beneath the flowing sink, taking small sips of water. It wasn't the best water, but it tempered the overwhelming dryness in his throat. His thirst quenched. He wiped his lips with the sleeve of his suit jacket and dried his hands off. He opened the door to the bathroom and stepped out into the cabin. As he looked at the cabin before him, Thomas let out a startled scream and jumped back. The passengers were gone. Every single seat in the airplane, seats that only moments ago appeared to Thomas as occupied by sleeping passengers, was now empty. Thomas found himself inside a now brightly lit, empty airplane. For a moment, he simply stood, frozen, staring at the incomprehensible sight before him. He shut his eyes, forcing his eyelids together as hard as possible, and then opened them again, and found the cabin unchanged. His breath quickened. He shook his head. He tried slapping himself, and then once again. Thomas called out to the empty plane, praying for an answer. The only sound greeting him back was the ever-present hum of the plane's engines. Thomas took a step forward and walked into the empty cabin. As he walked by the rows of seats, he noticed that not only had the passengers vanished, but all traces of them as well. No headphones, no pillows, no computers. The tray tables were up, and the seat belts were all neatly arranged as if the plane had never been used. The only thing familiar about the plane was the in-flight entertainment system, each screen frozen as before, each screen only displaying the words, "Please wait." Thomas stopped for a moment and tried to remember his seat. The moment he tried to remember this, he stopped walking. He couldn't remember his seat number. Not to say that he couldn't remember how far his seat was from the galley, although he felt certain he'd already walked that length. He couldn't remember his seat number at all. He couldn't remember his seat, his zone, if it was an aisle or window seat. Thomas felt his legs go weak. He stumbled over, leaning against the nearest row of seats for support. A cold sweat washed over him. He loosened his tie and covered his mouth as he held back the urge to vomit. As he thought harder, he realized he couldn't remember where he sat down when he boarded the plane. In fact, he couldn't remember boarding the plane at all. Not its destination, not the airline, not even the airport. His mind began to race, scrambling for answers. Why did this realization elude him earlier, he thought. Did he really just wake up mid-flight and not question how he'd arrived there? Or were the memories never there to begin with? Thomas slowed his breath down and looked up at the cabin, desperate for answers. The blue curtains still blocked off the first-class area. Thomas gulped, nervous, confused, and afraid. He walked briskly towards first class and grabbed the ends of the blue curtains. He gave a hearty yank and pulled the curtains aside, praying as he did that on the other side would be his friends, laughing at him as their practical joke paid off, or that he would wake from a nightmare, or at the very least, that there would be answers. The curtain slipped to the side as Thomas yanked it, and he laid his eyes on the first-class cabin. Thomas was no frequent flyer, but he knew enough about airlines. He knew first-class cabins were typically smaller, with more legroom between each seat, and little walls between each passenger. This cabin, however, was nothing like that at all. It bore no resemblance to any first class he'd seen before, but more than that, it was completely identical to the cabin he'd just come from. Rows upon rows of empty seats, each with the little screens, all displaying the same message as before. At the end of the cabin, Thomas saw blue curtains cutting off this row from the next. Thomas shook his head, refusing to give up, and ran to the curtains. He pulled them open and found yet another identical cabin, blue curtains at the end. Thomas couldn't make sense of what he saw, so yet again he ran towards the next set of blue curtains. He burst through them and ran through another identical cabin to the next set of curtains. He stopped inspecting the cabins and simply ran through each, brushing through the curtains over and over, each time arriving at an identical cabin. As Thomas ran through yet another set of curtains, having ran through so many he'd already lost count, his foot got caught in the curtain, and he tripped. His face fell first onto an armrest of a nearby seat and collapsed onto the ground in a great thud. Blood burst from his broken nose, and he writhed on the aisle floor, screaming and crying in pain. He covered his nose to stop the bleeding and laid on the ground until the pain stopped. Thomas stood from the aisle floor, his face numb and his suit coated in a thin sheen of blood. As he faced the end of the cabin, expecting yet again to see the same blue curtains, he instead saw red curtains. Clueless as to what this meant, he eagerly walked to the red curtains. He placed his hand against them, gripping them softly. He gently pulled the curtains open, and ecstasy washed over him as instead of an identical cabin, he found the front of the airplane and the door to the cockpit. Soon at least, he felt, this madness would be over. Thomas walked up to the cockpit door. He knocked softly and waited for an answer of some kind. Nothing. He knocked harder. Nothing. He hit the door with his fist and screamed for someone to answer. Nothing. He tried desperately to open the door, but it was locked tight. He tried ramming the door with his body, but it would not budge. He hit the door over and over, calling out for the pilots, or anyone who could hear him, to answer. He collapsed on the floor and sobbed. His fist rested on the cockpit door. Breaking the sound of Thomas's cries, the sharp sound of a telephone ringing startled him. He stood and saw a phone built into the wall of the front galley, the kind attendants used to make announcements. The phone rang again, and he picked it up. He brought the phone to his ear, and quickly heard a shrill, haunting voice utter into the line, "Please wait." Before Thomas could question the voice on the other end, he heard a clicking sound. He turned to the source of the noise and saw a maintenance door creak open. He cautiously walked towards it and saw a fire extinguisher inside. His eyes widened, and unwilling to question the opportunity, he grabbed the fire extinguisher and stepped towards the cockpit door. He hoisted the extinguisher up and firmly grasped it as he smashed the doorknob of the cockpit. The door became loose, and he shoved the door open. Thomas shook his head in disbelief. He dropped the extinguisher to the floor and collapsed onto his knees. The cockpit door hung open, and ahead Thomas saw the door lead to a cabin with blue curtains at the end. The engine hummed softly, the only sound now in the lonely infinite cabin. Thomas had long since ceased his helpless cries and laid flat on the aisle floor, his face a mess of dried blood and tears, but he could no longer muster the energy to react. His body numb, his mind barely even functioning. He didn't know why this was happening. He didn't know what this was. The will to escape gone entirely. He was now a broken, defeated man, lying helplessly on a cheap carpet, waiting for the darkness to take him. The darkness, Thomas realized, hope once again flooding his eyes. Death was an accepted inevitability, but Thomas felt, at least, he would take his comfort in knowing it could still happen on his terms. And that he could die outside this damned airplane. Thomas stood, picked up the fire extinguisher, and walked towards one of the rows. He pulled up the window's blinds, revealing a pitch-black night sky, the only part of this flight Thomas was certain about. Just as with the cockpit door, Thomas hoisted the fire extinguisher high and thrust it down, bashing the window. Only a slight crack appeared, and Thomas grinned. The end was near, he felt. He hit the window again, and the crack grew. A mad grin grew on Thomas's face. The knowledge he would soon be sucked out of the plane and plummeting to an instant, quick death came to Thomas with great satisfaction. He hit the window again, and the crack grew. Thomas felt tired. He was above all the panic and fear and frustration. He felt so very tired of this. He wanted to sleep. Finally, Thomas hit the window a fourth time, and the crack opened. The window shattered, and as the glass flew out into the night sky, the vacuum of the air tore the cabin apart. The walls were shredded and torn wide open. Thomas, a satisfied smile across his face, flew from the cabin. His smile quickly vanished, however, as instead of falling into the open air, he instead landed flat on solid ground just outside of the plane. He stood back up and looked back at the plane. The engine's hum persisted, but the plane didn't move. The plane appeared to be flying, yet it refused to move from its place as Thomas stared at it. Thomas looked down and realized he wasn't standing on any ground he knew of. He found himself surrounded by flat, black ground and a dark void consuming all around him. Thomas realized there was nowhere to go, no direction to turn, except back for the plane. But as Thomas turned back to re-enter the plane, it vanished. Thomas found himself completely alone, surrounded by nothing. He gripped tightly onto the fire extinguisher, the only thing he had left. Thomas turned back around, and much to his surprise, the dark void, like the plane, had vanished. He found himself back in the airplane cabin. This time it was different, though. It was the cabin just as he found it when he woke up. The lights were dimmed, and all the passengers were still there, all asleep for the late-night flight. Thomas slowly walked down the cabin of the plane, gripping the fire extinguisher tightly, when finally he heard a loud ding. He looked around the dark cabin, and far ahead of him he saw a man unbuckle his seatbelt. The man stood from his seat and locked eyes with Thomas for a moment. Thomas wanted with every fiber of his body to say something to the man. But before he could speak, the plane began to shake.
Woo! Good shit. Woo!
Alright, so got some questions here. Thoughts on the ending? Does it make sense? Is it too predictable? Is it unsatisfying? The first person that I showed this to said that they didn't understand the ending at all. So I changed it to make it a little bit more like clear, I think. But I'm basically wondering, is it too predictable now, or does it still not make sense at all? The second question is it too long or repetitive? The third question is sort of workshop specific. This is the first horror story. A few of you guys have read my previous horror stories. I've had a lot of positive feedback on horror when I rely on gory details and frightening descriptions, but I wanted to experiment and see if I could write a good horror with neither of those things. So does this work? And then general questions and comments.
Okay. I guess I'm starting off again, yes?
Yeah. Should I call out who's starting out? I didn't. I guess so, Alex, you go first.
Yeah, call them out. Do it. Call them out.
I'll call them out.
So when I got to the end, the first thing I wrote down was, oh, a loop story. Hell yeah. So the ending, I think I get it. He was the man at the beginning, and he's there again. And so I wrote, like, on the ending, does it make sense? I don't think it's predictable, because I definitely didn't see it coming. When the man was first described at the beginning, I assumed this was, like, a dude that was doing this to him, and he would be, like maybe a potential villain or something, if that makes sense. So then when it wasn't that caught me off guard. So I thought that I didn't think it was too predictable at all.
Okay.
As for it makes sense. But one of the things that I find that, like, I really like loop stories. Those are, like, one of the few horror stories that I can actually read. And one of the things that I really like about them is, like, finding the connection, about, like, how you start in, like, point A and get to point B. In this case, point A is him waking up, and point B is him, like, watching himself wake up. And so the thing that I found, like, a little unsatisfying about it is that instead of, like, watching him get from there, he just kind of, like, appears back in the airplane. And there's not really, like, it doesn't feel, like, fully connected, if that makes sense. So that was the one thing that I kind of found a little unsatisfying about it. So question 2, is it too long / repetitive? It is very repetitive sometimes. Like, early on, you have, when he's noticing there's no flight attendants, you use the word flight attendants, like, so many times in a row, and it's just flight attendants, flight attendants, flight attendants, flight attendants, flight attendants. And then later, like, when he's looking for water, it's like water, 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 water. When he's I command F'd the word seat. You use the word seat 23 times in this story, according to my document. and about 10 of those are within the same 2 paragraphs. I think that's about 10, 9 or 10. So like there's like certain aspects where it gets like really, really repetitive sometimes. Oh, and then the other one was curtain, like the blue curtains and the red curtains. He pulled open the curtains, and you just like there's just like certain sections where you use the same word like over and over again, and like very close together, I guess. Which is very distracting when reading it, and I also feel like it kind of drags down the pacing a little bit. And then so those were some of the places that I noticed that. There's also some places where like when Thomas is first starting to realize that something is like really, really weird, like when the people vanish and he starts freaking out. Again, I feel like the sentences are just very long and like slow, and that kind of like takes away from like the fear aspect. But overall I do think like it's very fun. Like I love the I think you've set up the intrigue really well of like noticing something's wrong and trying to figure out what it is. And it's definitely done the like the good thing where I'm just like, okay, but what's happening? And you don't know, and you don't want to know because that takes away from the fun of it. So I do think I did enjoy reading it overall. Yes, that's me.
Okay. Yeah, I did notice as I was reading it, I was like, oh, wow, I use the word curtains a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lee is next. Or wait, did you have more? Or?
No, I'm good. That's me.
Okay. Then Lee is next.
First thing I want to say is I really did enjoy the story, and I had an excellent time reading it. So thank you very much. Now, thoughts on the ending. Does it make sense? Is it too predictable? Is it unsatisfying? I liked the ending. I liked it quite a bit. It does make sense. I just have one question, because you set up everything else about the ending really well, except you describe the person in the beginning as having weirdly long arms, right?
Yeah.
And then you do a really good job of Chekhov's gun, where you like every detail in his thing adds to how he looks at the end, except for I don't know how he got longer arms. And that's somewhere where you can work on making, almost cultivating more of a sense of dread in this if you want it to. Is it too predictable? No. So I will say that I read a lot of horror, and well, I could see where this is going, because like it didn't distract from the story and didn't make it any less fun to read, because I could kind of feel where it was going.
Okay.
I thought you did it very well in a way where it built so it made sense. And it's really, really satisfying as a reader, I think, to be able to look at a story, put the clues together, and kind of trace the trajectory. So I do not think that this is too predictable. Is it unsatisfying? No. I just want to know why his arms are long. Is it too long and repetitive? So Alex brought up some really good points about how some of it is repetitive, so I won't go over that. But what I wish you did to kind of break up this repetitiveness, especially because it is like a loop story, it's going to be repetitive in nature, is describe the cabins because you describe it once and then you say it's the same cabin, it's the same cabin, it's the same cabin. Choose a couple of details, like how the pale light of the screens cast shadows as you go through it, because it gives the reader something more to sink their teeth into, something more to think about as you go. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just sprinkling some details through the loops and build up that sense of uncanny and dread through that. Right? Because if I pull back the curtain and I say it looks the same, it looks the same, it looks the same, you can add like more impact in those if you start like describing how it looks the exact same, and maybe after he trips or spills water, when he pulls it back, there's still the same puddle, to prove that this is really the exact same loop that he's going through. I think that would really add to your story.
Okay.
A few of you guys have read my previous horror stories. I've not. I've had a lot of positive feedback on horror when I rely on gory details and frightening descriptions, but I wanted to experiment to see if I could write good horror with neither of those things. Does it work? Yes. So your surrealism in this is very well cultivated. But I feel like when you write a horror story that doesn't have like in your face gore and frightening descriptions, you really need to lean into a cultivation of dread. Because throughout this story, the character's going mad, yeah? And he's slowly losing hope. And you need to almost lean into that because he goes through an entire character arc. And in the end, like, he is tired. And he is, he is going a little bit crazy from desperation in this situation. I feel like you need to lean into that a little bit to almost, like, lean into it earlier and slowly building up so that you cultivate more dread as it goes through. Not to saying that you don't cultivate dread, but I'd like to see, especially with this genre of horror, like you slipping in a few uncanny details and show how he's slipping more. General comments and questions. I really like it. I love this genre. And yeah, no, I had a great time reading it. Thank you very much for writing it.
Thank you. Who's next? Marie-Soleil is next.
I believe the person on the list is Gabe, but okay.
Gabe, critique your own piece.
So, my thoughts on the ending. It makes sense to me. It's a bit like I'm there's enough in it that I understood where it was going. And yeah, like people were saying, it made sense. I agree with Lee. I don't know how did the arms get so long? And for a moment I was like, hey, where did the fire extinguisher go? And then I realized, oh, cylinder object. And then, but is it too long and repetitive? I like the length of it, but as it's been said, you do repeat a lot of words, vanishing, water. I wish the water had a bigger play in it. I wish he wasn't able to find water and quench his thirst, kind of thing. Like, it's such a big motivation. Like, he forgets this figure with bloody sleeves because he is so thirsty. And the please wait. I wish the please wait had a bigger importance in it. In my mind, if you're going to be repeating something, it should have weight to it, if that makes sense. Yeah, your previous horror stories, I remember them. I still have nightmares about crab face.
We love crab face.
It's a good story. You should
Stand
post
crab
it so that
face.
Tyler and Lee can read it.
I will do that. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Hang on.
And this story works really well without that detail, without that gory, frightening description as well. I kind of wish that it was a perfect loop, if that makes sense. Like, there wasn't the figure. Thomas doesn't become that figure. In my mind, if I was writing this, I would get rid of that entirely. Thomas jumps through the airplane window, hits something, it goes to black, and then he wakes up in the airplane seat again.
Okay.
Like, because in my mind, that would be more of a creepy, like, he's stuck in this what's the place between life and hell?
Purgatory?
Limbo. Predator. Yes, both limbo and Alex. What did you? Purgatory. Yes. Yeah. Those are my comments. I hope they were helpful. I hope they made sense.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense to me. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I'm pulling up Craftface. Is so Tyler is next.
No.
It's me.
Dean is next. That's right.
It's
That's
me.
that's how words work.
You forgot Dean? What the fuck, Gabe?
I'm not surprised.
No, I didn't forget you. My brain didn't.
Okay,
Dean.
so
This is the inevitable end of everyone taking Dean.
the season finale of my
Your
of my-
life.
yeah, of me as Guildmaster.
You as a person who exists is season finale.
Oh my.
You're going to die.
Okay, so
Okay, that got real dark real quick.
right?
Chill.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Chill.
Okay.
This is No Chill Hour on the InkGuild podcast.
Yeah. Okay. So I really like this. I really like this piece as someone who actually like hasn't read a lot of your horror in real time. I think like this was good. And I say in real time, like I mean, I didn't read it in class because I didn't join the creative writing class that you guys were all in. But to go through the questions really quick before I get on to a couple of my own comments. I really like the ending. I think like I love loop stories. It very much reminded me of PT, which is like notoriously a pretty scary loop story. I think it makes perfect sense. The point about the arms is a pretty good spot because like I never really kind of like noticed by the end of it. So good on everyone for kind of pointing that out. Because it helped me kind of like, oh yeah, right. I don't think it's too predictable. Like, and I think it is pretty satisfying on its own. It's funny how like Marie-Soleil was pointing out like how she wanted the water to be in effect because I thought it was the water that like caused him to go fucking crazy in the first place because he was like, wait, this water tastes weird, but it's water, so I thought that kind of like sent him into his thing. But like if whether or not that's the true answer or not, I think like it's what Alex said, it's the whole fun of like wondering, is it too long or repetitive? Content wise or like plot wise, no. I think you kind of pace like the appearance of the of the cabin again and again and again fairly well. It doesn't over repeat that way. However, everyone has kind of pointed out like word choice wise, you know, by repeating similar words over and over, that can get kind of like, yeah, that can get repetitive. So plot wise, it doesn't get too repetitive. However, when you're going back into the draft, yeah, take a look at some of the words you kind of repeat. This definitely does work on its own as a thing, as a horror without any like visceral detail. And I think as for my general comments, I think there was a couple a couple things that I wanted to point out. One is for like you have the story here, but there are just a couple parts where you need to like clean the story up technically wise, or like in a more technical aspect. So like when there are plenty of like article words, so and, as, the, there, which is really not that big of a concern. However, just for me, there were a couple of spots where, you know, you could have substituted an and with a gerund, or maybe just like had the two commas kind of like combining the two sentences together. And on Thomas himself, I think if you wanted to play around with the scenes and how really like insane all of this is happening, then I think play into Thomas's reactions a bit more, because I think like if you had not like, and I say this because Thomas has a name to him, there is a character behind this, so how Thomas reacts basically tells us a little bit more about how just crazy everything is. Like if you were to just leave Thomas unnamed and just go with like the man, then I think everything would still kind of like go as is, but because there's a character, there are a couple of spots where I wish I would have wanted a bit more of a natural character's response, especially in a situation like this where it is fucking with him completely. Like, I think on page 2, so, or it says, is it page 2 of the Google Doc? But basically, yeah, so page 2 of the Google Doc, as he looked at the cabin before him, Thomas let out a startled scream and jumped back. I feel like you can animate this a little bit and tell more of like what, like how this character would react, because that I think would kind of already be like, it's already there. Like, there is a reaction here. However, if you want, you can animate it to be a lot more holy shit, what the fuck is happening? So like, what I've suggested is like, is his heart racing? Is he starting to sweat? Does he like crash back into a wall or something? Is he trying to hold on to something? Like, is he like just how much is he reacting to everything around him? Especially because this is still pretty early on. When it gets into the loop, that's certainly when you can play around with just how bad Thomas himself is going into, right? And that's not saying that you should give him a whole backstory or anything like that, but just like play into more animated reactions rather than just like, oh my, like thing, rather than just like screaming and startled back or like, you know, losing your sanity. Like, show just how insane he's going.
Yeah.
And that's all I had.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, I have to. Tyler. Now it's your turn. Now it is. That is how the order works.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, as per usual, I have a lot to get through, and I'm going to try and get most of it done within a valid time frame. Firstly, I do want to make a note on writing in surrealistic horror. This is a genre I have been in a lot, as surrealism is one of my truest loves. And whether you intended surrealism or not, this is a surrealistic piece. Surrealism being defined as using or encountering normal objects, themes, and people, but in an abnormal way, as its most basic definition. And horror, obviously, I don't need to define as a genre. I like the piece. No word of a lie. I love a good loop, though I have experienced many of them. My general problem, and this is a point I'm going to bring up a few specific examples with, was almost there was too much fluff to it. A lot of people have talked about already about using more description, and more description is a yes. However, there were certain points of your story that were extreme red herrings, and I'll get into a few of those. And it detracted from me because I was trying to pay attention to the loop, but there were too many red herrings that I felt like I kept paying attention to the wrong thing, and that was what made it unsatisfactory to me. So I'm going to get into a few more specific points, but keeping that in mind. Surrealism as a genre is a very fun one and interesting, but it doesn't offer a lot of middle ground for adding too much fluff or too little. You kind of got to hit it just right. So, into my more specific comments, a lot of the descriptions throughout this, especially of actions, follow a very he did this structure. And whether it be Thomas tapped the screen, he fell out of his seat, he this, it leads to a very monotonous reading. And it's a hard thing to break out of. But I would have loved to see a bit more varied sentence structure in that regard, because I think it would have also solved your issue previously mentioned of repetitive descriptions and repetitive words. Second point, I really wish the title of this piece was Please Wait, because that has quite a bit more punch to me than Manifest did. I was unsure of why it was called Manifest at the end, but if it was called Please Wait, I would have 100% understood why. One very nitpicky part that I picked out was in your description of please wait. Hold on. Only the words please wait in a crude tactile font plastered dead center. I love that description. I really do. However, tactile specifically means of or connected with the sense of touch. And in that regard, I actually do not understand what a crude tactile font is. And again, I love it. It's very poetic and like a great description. I don't know. And that was my problem with it. There's one point where you use in fact as a transition. In fact, he didn't see a single flight attendant on the plane. I do not like in fact. And I don't know if this is just the business student in me, because I would get dinged marked every time I would try to use in fact as a transitionary statement. But there's better words in there. You wouldn't even have to include in fact. Looked around and saw no flight attendants approaching the seat. He didn't see a single flight attendant on the plane. In fact is filler. And we don't need it, and you do better without it. I mentioned the arms thing. I'm not going to mention it again. Before Thomas could make out anything significant about the figure, but he's able to make out the fact that he's got blood on his sleeves, has overly long arms, and is carrying the fire extinguisher. There we go. Those are very distinguishing features. So consider a reword. Marie-Soleil mentioned this to me, and I'm going to bring it up. Thomas unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up when he saw someone standing in the aisle. The plane began to shake. The momentary turbulence knocked Thomas from his seat. Is he sitting or standing? I was confused. Because he gets up, but then he's knocked from his seat. So just a mention on like keeping the character's continuality. Mm-hmm. The figure was gone. And Thomas fucking ignored that? What do you do when you see a spider run under your bed after you try to squish it? You don't fucking ignore that. You burn the fucking house down. So yeah, just a thing. I would not ignore that. Being thirsty is an extremely strange motivator when there's a long-armed bloody dude vanishing around and no flight attendants. I understand it's, again, meant to be a surrealistic thing, and I would have been okay with the thirstiness if it didn't just get solved. And that's a point further on, but I'll bring it up now. You drive this thirstiness home on us very hard, and then, bam, kind of gone. And that's just one of those red herrings I was talking about earlier with, if it wasn't going to be an important part of the plot and why this was all happening, or a cause of some of his distress, for at least the very ending, it led me on, and then it jerked me up and then didn't let me finish. To use a more blunt term. The button doesn't activate the tap, but it is blue. Why? This is a problem I notice a lot, again, in surrealism, is a lot of people want to include a lot of things, and I do it too, because it adds to the confusion. But again, it's all about trimming the fluff with surrealism to make sure everyone gets the point in. Moving on. Where's the part where he slaps himself? Because I enjoyed that. He shuts his eyes, forcing his eyelids together as hard as possible, then opened them again and found the cabin unchanged. His breath quickened. He shook his head. He tried slapping himself, and then once again. I, as again, a reader, understand why exactly he's doing this. He's doing this to see if he's sleeping or if the scene's going to change after he does these things, but it still needs to be stated. Mm-hmm. We're flouting Gracian maxims of knowledge and to some extent dramatic irony, because your description is good, but it would serve a lot better if you described why. He tried slapping himself, praying that he was asleep, but when he opened his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. So he hit himself again, trying to force the scene to change with blunt trauma or something like that. Mm-hmm. Would have evoked so much more emotion, other than he tried slapping himself and then once again. You're hitting yourself to try and drive away a vision. It's not a small thing, right? It should be a lot more emotionally impactful. Mm-hmm. The remembrance part. He couldn't remember his seat number. Not to say that he couldn't remember how far his seat was from the galley, although he felt certain he'd already walked that length. He couldn't remember his seat number at all. Couldn't remember his seat, his zone. All right. This ties a little bit into what Dean said about Thomas having an established character. He doesn't remember all these things. But when he talks about first class, he knows what first class is supposed to look like. He remembers that he's not a frequent flyer, apparently. And I think this part either needs a reword or a nix, because I understand exactly what you're trying to go for. You're trying to go for that sense of you kind of walked into a room and forgot why you were there, but on a very dreadful scale. And I love that. That's a great, very interesting, evocative feeling to bring up. But I feel, again, kind of unsatisfied by this because it doesn't necessarily tie in with the rest of what's going on. But I do love the remember part, so I want you to keep it. I want something different out of it. The feeling is there. I think it just needs to be dug a little deeper. He should be thirsty again. Oh, also, a random comment I made. The entire premise of this story really changes if you took thirsty to mean that Thomas was horny as shit.
That crossed my mind.
Then you should change the name of the thing to Mile High Club.
Another point on show don't tell. There are many points where you tell us exactly what Thomas is feeling. I really want you to show me. You tell me he is desperate. You tell me he is losing his mind. You tell me that he is long gone mad. Show me. Show me, don't tell me. Please. I'm trying to scroll through things people have already said. The pain from a broken nose doesn't stop for hours, by the way. That shit hurts a long ass time. It doesn't go away very quickly. And that brings me to an interesting point about timing. I have no sense of how long Thomas is on this plane. I get it's a long time, but you never mention time, period. Time enough to run through countless cabins. Time enough to cry on the floor and go mad and have blood dry on your face. Time enough to consider suicide is a long time. It really is. Humans are like surprisingly wanting to survive despite how shitty our lives are. And even in this situation, a human would try and survive for as long as possible. So a sense of the time would have added to the dread buildup for me so much. Even if you've just got like a clock in the cabin that keeps ticking, even as a timer, which wouldn't necessarily make any sense, it would kind of void the red herring lie I said earlier, but just starts ticking up from 1 second. And then every time he looks up, an hour has passed, 2 hours, 100 hours. Could have added so much more to the dread for me. The ending. So I'm kind of getting into your questions. I love a good loop. I've seen a lot of them because I've read through all of the SCP stories, which anyone who's familiar with, I'm referring to the Endless Stare SCP story, which is probably the most well-known loop piece on the general internet. And the loop I have no problem with. However, the killing himself part, I kind of did. He flew from the cabin. His smile vanished quickly, however. There's no energy shift here for me. There's no realization or payoff from the fact that this man just tried to kill himself. Again, it was the similar feeling to the slapping himself thing. He doesn't seem to have much emotional investment in the fact that he did just try to die. Which, again, I don't know how many suicidal ideations we've had in the chat, but I've had a couple, and it's a lot more dramatic. It's a lot more dramatic, in my opinion. And I would have liked to see Thomas think on it more, weigh the options a little bit, that sort of deal. I'm probably over my time, so I'm going to look at a few things. One very interesting comment I have on your fourth question, general comments and questions. This story reads like a Lovecraft, and I don't know how well-versed anyone is in Lovecraft, but it does read like a Lovecraft. And that's both a blessing and a curse because Lovecraft does do a lot of tell and not a lot of show. And I'm not saying you're racist. And I'm not
I was
saying
about to say he also does a little bit of racism.
yeah, he does a little bit. But it reads like a Lovecraft, and that's
A little
very
bit.
interesting. Yeah, no one look up what Lovecraft's cat's name is.
I'm pretty sure Gabe and I did a whole fucking episode like where the first half was just completely dedicated to Lovecraft.
He does a little trolling.
I wasn't there. Come on, I've read every Lovecraft, please. Which is why I do say this. And again, a blessing and a curse. Lovecraft writes in a very unique and specific style, and you've emulated that very well. But Lovecraft's style is also a lot of tell, don't show. And that is, to some extent, bygone. Really great foundation. Really love the style of the story. Surrealism's fun, and I really fucking want to read Crabface now that I know what this name of this horror story is. And so I'm probably going to do that before bed tonight, because if you can do this good on a whim for surrealistic horror, I can't wait to see you in something you're more comfortable with.
Okay.
I've went over time. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
It's all good. I do have some responses to some things that I didn't want to interrupt you. The long arms thing that everyone has addressed. That's a really good question. The answer is that I forgot I put that in there.
Happens. Yep.
As far as the title goes, I wasn't actually certain about Manifest. That was going to be one of my questions. I was just like, I don't know what to call this piece. I landed on Manifest because I was like, I need a word that is like an airplane word, but also a creepy word. And Manifest is kind of creepy, but it's also an airplane word. So I was like,
wait, it's an airplane word?
Yeah, like a manifest. That's like the amount of passengers.
Yeah.
A flight manifest, yeah.
Oh, I've never heard that in my life.
The tactile font thing. I was trying to describe courier without saying courier.
Again, I love the description of it. It didn't click, and that's also because I've read the goddamn dictionary. So like, that's on me partially. I read it twice. I was very bored in grade 8.
You're weird.
Thank you.
As far as Thomas drinking the water and that not having a satisfying conclusion, in the original draft of this story, I had it so the sink doesn't work at all, and Thomas is like really thirsty, so he goes out to go to first class, and that's when the loop starts. So the thirst goes crazy, and then it eventually lands on him guzzling water out of a toilet in the first class cabin. I decided not to go that far. I thought that would be a little gross.
I think like people have mentioned, I don't know if people have like outright stated it. However, I think you can maybe play in, like, maybe you can consider writing water out completely, because that's how, when, you know, in a lot of like classic media, when you're like dehydrated, you start seeing things. Like the mirage effect, basically.
Yeah.
Which you could definitely tap into. That could like help kind of explain a lot of the things a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. The button is the only thing that I actually have a reasonable explanation for, because you mentioned the button on the sink. That I actually took inspiration from a recent flight I went on, where the airplane bathrooms have a big blue button on the top of the tap, and if you press it, it's not a button at all. It's just a big blue stamp that looks like a button, but it's not the button at all.
Oh, I see. You were critiquing the airline industry in parody. I didn't know.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
I love the button now. It's fantastic. Satire.
The button is the king of this story.
Then this last one I had written down is not really a thing that will change the story in any way. This is just something that I had like in my initial notes. So I had it so Thomas spends a year in the airplane before he is chucking himself out the window. So ooh. I might go back and add that now that you mentioned the whole time thing.
Time is terrifying. How long we spend doing things is actually insane. Look at how long this podcast is going.
It's going long.
Stop. Time's fake.
Time isn't real.
You are correct.
I think that's it, though. Thank you so much. That's really good to hear. And also, yeah, I really hope that you and Lee enjoy Crab Face, because that's like one of the ones that I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on. So I hope you enjoy it.
It's wonderful.
Got
It's
it.
very
Give
good.
negative
I'm really
feedback
excited.
on crab face to differentiate myself from the crowd. Got it.
All right. Well, then,
I got kicked for that comment. All right, continue.
I believe it's now God's
Dan
turn.
crab face.
I will apologize in advance for my story being twice as long as everybody's. I like Gabe, there's not really a lot of context. This is the first 2 chapters of my novel, The Crown Upon My Head. So there's not really a lot of context leading into it. So I guess I will just start with chapter 1. As we waltz off the dance floor, a wrinkled leaf brushes against my bare shoulder and floats to the cobbled ground. A chill breeze prances southward, and I pull my bare arms closer to my waist for any sort of warmth the proximity might provide. To my left, Gabriel tucks his hands into his jacket pockets, his eyes concentrated on the dancers that we left behind. I remind myself that short-sleeved dresses are a poor idea for outdoor autumn parties. Placing my hands on the low stone wall that surrounds the outer edge of the courtyard, I turn away from the party towards the evergreen forest that juts out southward from the palace. The sun has nearly finished setting by now, the red draining from the sky over the edge of the horizon, so the only light to see by is the torches that line the stone walls of the palace. The fire casts a mirage of twisting shadows against the rough bark of the trees, like figures dancing in a fairy circle. If I had been alone this night, the image might have sent me hurrying inside. "This has been fun," Gabriel says softly, leaning back against the wall beside me. His dark hair shifts with the wind even after he stills, and his head is tilted to look down at me. I smile politely up at him, but find myself distracted by the dark stillness of the forest. Gabriel coughs lightly and waits for me to turn my head towards him before speaking again. "Do you disagree?" I blink at him for a moment. "No, not at all. It has been lovely." Lovely because Mother insisted on holding the party in the courtyard rather than the ballroom, so I haven't had to deal with Gabriel constantly comparing my hair to the light of the chandelier or the gold trimmings that line the ceiling. Besides, the turning of the season means that it gets dark far earlier, and I am able to excuse myself to retire shortly after the sun sets. Speaking of which, the sound of shuffling and light applause catch my ear, and I turn to watch Lillian grace the dance floor on the arm of some nobleman. The musicians in the far corner pick up another waltz, and guests scramble off the floor to make room. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. The man is good, certainly a better partner than many that Lillian has danced with in the past, but Lillian is better. Her gown circles around the two of them, gleaming like a burgundy halo in the torchlight as she weaves around him, through his arms and then under them, around his back and then into his arms again. It is impossible to tell who is actually leading whom. The song comes to a crescendo as it ends, and Lillian thanks her dance partner as the floor is filled once more with all sorts of colorful guests, dressed for the beginning of autumn in shades of orange and dark green. Despite the late hour, the courtyard is still filled with excited energy. The musicians have taken up a jig to which guests of all ages grab each other's hands and frolic in circles. Laughter rises out into the night, and wisps of conversations float past me. "I always forget how good your sister is at dancing," Gabriel volunteers. I look up at him and he smiles briefly. "Yes, she's brilliant," I agree, scanning the crowd for Lillian once again. She stands on the far side of the courtyard, speaking to a nobleman dressed in yellow. Mother and father greet their subjects a few feet from their eldest daughter, and my brother, Tay, has been dragged out onto the dance floor by one of the guests. His stiff posture indicates that he feels as awkward dancing with the girl as I do with Gabriel. The music slows once more, and Gabriel offers his hand. "Would you like to dance again?" Absolutely not, I think, but I smile at him, trying my best to look apologetic. "Actually, I was just thinking that... May!" At the sound of my name, I glance around the courtyard, but am unable to locate the source. No one even appears to be looking in our direction, and certainly no one is trying to get my attention. Princess? Gabriel asks slowly, and I realize I haven't finished what I was going to say. Sorry, The shadows in the forest seem to draw nearer, and I find myself drawing my arms closer to my body. Did you hear something just now? The prince tucks a strand of hair behind his ear. Just the music and the guests, he answers, his eyebrows drawn together in concern. I shake my head. No, I mean, it sounded like someone called my name. The shadows twirling against the trees grow wilder, throwing their limbs in every direction. Suddenly, it feels like someone is watching me, hidden by the sturdy trees standing still despite the wind tugging at my hair and dress. If I stare too long, I can almost make out figures weaving like ghosts towards the palace wall. A cold hand brushes against my arm, and I turn, startled, to face my brother. Tay meets my gaze. May, are you all right? I blink and glance behind me to where Gabriel is still standing, arms crossed over his chest. I'm all right, I tell Tay, and a quick glance around the courtyard tells me that no one else seems to have noticed anything strange. The older guests have begun flocking towards the wine table, while children continue spinning around on the dance floor, and Mother is speaking to a noble lady like she's an old friend. The musicians in the corner are playing festival songs that match the energy of the young dancers. Only the girl that Tay had been dancing with earlier seems to be looking in my direction, and she quickly averts her eyes when I meet them. I turn back to my brother and offer a light smile that he no doubt sees through. I just thought I heard something. Probably exhaustion. Perhaps I'll retire early. Tay holds my gaze and I ignore him, instead turning to Gabriel. Your Highness? May! This time, my entire body seems to turn to ice, as though my name is carried on a northern wind. And when I turn to face the forest, there is definitely a figure, cloaked in black, running straight at the palace. Great gods, I breathe, hands digging into the stone wall as I lean forward. There are stifled intakes of breath beside me, as both princes match my posture. That's a person! Tay swallows harshly. We should go tell father, he insists, before pulling away to cross the courtyard again. I'm inclined to agree with him until I watch the figure trip, landing harshly on their knees and glancing over their shoulders so fast that the hood flies off their head. As the person scrambles to their feet and takes off running again, I notice how small they are, and the shakiness of their hands pulling the hood back over their hood. That's a child, I realize. A child clearly running from something, and there isn't much known to live in that forest. Glancing down at my dress, I grimace and hop up onto the wall, swinging my legs over. Before I can jump down on the other side, Gabriel grabs my arm. What are you doing? He hisses, pulling me back. I try to shake him off, but he is stronger than I am. That's a child who needs help, I snap. Behind him, the music has died down, and guests are moving closer to the wall. Father strides towards us, the rest of my family trailing behind him, and I know I haven't got long until he drags me inside. Gabriel tugs my wrist. That thing came out of the forest. What if it's dangerous? It could be Fae. I step down off the wall, and he lets go. Fairies aren't real, Your Highness, I tell him, and then I gather up my skirts and jog as best I can towards the child. Madeline! Father calls after me. He must have reached the wall. I ignore him. The child is faster than me, but we both manage to stop before crashing into each other. Up close, I can see that she's a young girl, probably around 10, and underneath the heavy cloak, she's dressed well in a pale yellow dress trimmed with white ruffles. Her hood is tugged over her face, gloved hands holding it low, but her skin is fair and small golden ringlets escape the confines of the fabric. She peers up at me, eyes wide. May? She asks, and it's the same voice I heard earlier. I nod. That's my name. Are you all right? The girl glances over her shoulder and then to the palace behind me. I haven't got much time before they catch up with me, she tells me, shifting her weight from one booted foot to another. I just need to get all the way to the castle, and then they can't catch me. Who can't? I ask, glancing into the dark depths of the forest. Suddenly, I see them. 3 figures draped in black, moving forward at a steady pace. I've heard of animals that hunt with patience, that just stalk their prey until it grows exhausted. My heart starts to gallop. I grab the girl's wrist and run. We'll be fine if we make it to the palace, she calls between gasping breaths. I can barely hear her over the wind whipping in my ears. Ahead of me, I can see that the courtyard has emptied out as guards usher guests into the ballroom. Father stands at the wall. He's looking behind me. I wonder what he sees. I don't dare find out for myself. One misstep, and my bare foot smashes into the dirt, causing me to stumble. The girl gasps, but I release her wrist, kicking off the other shoe and taking off again without them. There's not much further until we get to the wall. The girl says we'll be safe inside the palace. I hope she's right. As soon as we get close to the wall, there are guards there, helping me scramble over onto the rough stone floor. A loose stone digs into the bottom of my foot, and I wince. Turning to look for the girl, I see her standing on this side of the wall, gazing out towards the figures, who have stilled maybe 15 feet away, utterly motionless. The guards around me have drawn their swords, but seem uncertain if they should attack. Then the girl raises her hand, almost like a wave, and the figures turn and fade into the dark forest as if they were never there. Father stiffens before turning to face me. Inside, now. A glance at the girl. Both of you. I nod, slowly crossing the courtyard towards the door to the ballroom. Even though it wasn't supposed to be in use tonight, servants have already started lighting the chandeliers and candles to provide some light to the guests. Mother is standing on the far side of the room with Lillian and Tay at her side, and Gabriel stands a few feet away from them. As Father enters behind me, guards close the glass doors leading out to the courtyard, and a handful of servants release the red velvet curtains over them. "You've lost your shoes," the girl says, walking beside me. Her hands are yet again hanging from her hood, as if scared someone might see her face. I shrug with a smile. Good riddance. I hated those shoes anyway. The marble floor of the ballroom is cool on my feet. It's refreshing after the harshness of the dirt and gravel outside. She giggles lightly as we approach the center of the ballroom. The guests have crowded around the edges of the room despite the anxious atmosphere unfit for dancing. The space is uncharacteristically quiet as well, as if everyone is waiting to hear what Father has to say before even speculating amongst themselves. "Thank you," the girl whispers, and I glance down at her as she finally draws back her hood. Wide blue eyes under thin blonde brows meet my stunned gaze. Her head is covered in golden ringlets barely contained by her cloak, and the color of the noonday sun. Not so different from my own hair. Not different at all from the portrait Father keeps in his study, that matches her likeness so perfectly that I'm surprised at myself that I failed to recognize her before now. Susie? My younger sister, who disappeared nearly 5 years ago, smiles back at me with scrunched up eyes. I'm back! Chapter 2. Gabriel and I take the final turn around the gardens and start making our way back towards the castle. It's early afternoon, the sun poised overhead, and the light summer air filled with the buzzing of insects and the scent of lavender. Ahead of us, servants bustle to and fro, dressed in the yellow livery of Silvesty Castle, and behind us walks Serena. She's just far enough away that our conversations are private, but close enough to remind us both that we're not alone. "How's your sister doing?" Gabriel asks, his pace slowing ever so slightly. By the time we get back to the castle, his bags will have been piled into a carriage and he'll be returning to Castador. Clearly, he's not in a rush. "She's adjusting," I reply carefully. It's been 4 days since Susie's miraculous return, and in all that time, she hasn't said a word about where she's been or what happened to her. Father's been growing frustrated with the lack of answers, though he tries to hide it, and Mother's been smothering her in attention, leaving Lillian, Tay, and I to return to our usual lives as if nothing has changed. To make matters worse, Gabriel is here on a diplomatic visit, and although he offered to leave after the party, Father insisted he stay out the intended length, leaving me to entertain him. Gabriel tilts his head down at me. His long hair is pulled back with a pale purple ribbon today, matching the one at his collar. She was gone a long time, so of course it'll take a while for her to settle. It would make it easier if she would let us help her, though. "Yes, I suppose that's true," I offer him a tentative smile. "I just worry." We pass the gazebo, and Gabriel gestures in question. I nod and follow him inside, folding my skirts under me to sit across from him. Gazes out over the gardens for a moment with practiced grace, silent in the way he is when he's gathering his thoughts. I let him, tracing my fingers over the embroidery on my dress. Finally, Gabriel lets out a sigh and looks up at me. "So, I feel as though there's a topic both of us have been avoiding for a while, and I think maybe we should discuss it before I leave today." I blink, trying to maintain my composure. Really, I should have seen this coming. I glance around the gardens quickly. Serena stands on the path across from the gazebo, gaze politely averted, and besides her and us, the gardens are empty. When I turn back to Gabriel, he is watching me warily. I smile tightly at him. Oh, and what is that? He's silent for a moment, and then he reaches into his jacket and removes a ring, laying it in the palm of his hand between us. It's beautiful, silver with a purple sapphire as the centerpiece, surrounded by small diamonds and elegant floral swirls. Extravagant, but not sophisticated. Fit for a queen of Castador. My heart races in my chest. Does he want me to take it? My family has been encouraging this, he begins, looking at the ring instead of me, and I'm fairly confident yours has been too, so perhaps we should discuss it. Are you asking me to marry you? I ask, not taking my own eyes off the ring. I'm asking to discuss it with you. Well, what is there to discuss? Gabriel focuses his attention on me now, concern creasing the space between his eyebrows. Do you want to marry me? I force myself to meet his gaze, choosing my words carefully when I answer, I would marry you if you asked me to. But do you want to? I'm silent for a moment, unsure how to answer him. Do you want to marry me? No, but I would if you asked me to. Swallowing harshly, I turn to look out over the gardens. It stings both more and less than I expected it to. It's not even really a rejection, just a confirmation of something I've always known. The two of us can never be enough for each other. Perhaps sensing my offense, Gabriel closes his fingers over the ring. It's not you, May. I just think that marriage, romance, everything that comes with it, I've never been interested in any of it. Really? It's too easy to pull up my own daydreams on the matter. A bride in a beautiful dress floating down the aisle, then dancing under chandeliers that sparkle like starlight. I can't imagine that. I've always thought I would like to get married someday. But not to me. I finally look back up at him. Once I speak this truth, there's no going back. No, not to you. He shrugs, tucking the ring back inside his pocket. Well, that's settled then. Is it? Across the path, Serena still stands patiently, watching a couple of squirrels chase each other around a trimmed hedge. No doubt she's listening to our conversation. My father won't accept I don't want to as a reason. If marrying you is the duty expected of me, I'll do it. I know. He meets my gaze this time, a sad smile gracing his features. Maybe if I were someone else, I would find him handsome, find something attractive in the sharp cut of his jaw, his warm eyes, his deep voice. Instead, I startle when he reaches back into his pocket and removes the ring once more, holding it out towards me, undeniably for me to take. Hold on to this for me then, just in case. And when you find someone that's right for you, you can give it back to me. Slowly, carefully, I accept it, feeling the weight of the ring between my fingers. It really is beautiful. I slip it into one of my own pockets and offer Gabriel a smile of my own. I hope you find something that's right for you too. Thank you. For a moment, we sit in comfortable silence. There's an ease between us that I've never felt before, perhaps the lack of unspoken expectations. Finally, he rises and offers me his arm once more. I suppose I should be heading home now, though. I fear I've already overstayed my welcome. I accept his arm, and we take off down the garden paths, again, Serena trailing a few feet behind us. Nonsense, you're always welcome in Silvesty. Only Silvesty? There's laughter in his voice, and I barely resist an amused eye roll. Gelland as a whole, I suppose, though I can't imagine what business you'd have up in Salwick. Gabriel shrugs. Perhaps I want to go fishing with the locals. I have a hard time picturing you going fishing, I'll be perfectly honest. He looks almost offended. I grew up on Lake Lirio, you know. There's a lot of fishing in Esperosa. I suppose that must be true, I reply, looking up at him. Lake Lirio is a little smaller than the ocean, though. I suppose that must be true, he answers easily, laughing lightly. Then he trails off and, a little quieter, says, Such a thing seemed impossible when I was a child. As a child, I used to spend many hours just watching the waves. The water seemed endless then. Overhead, the sun disappears behind a cloud, and a moment later its warmth fades. Nothing is endless, nothing but the gods. We round the bend and emerge in the front courtyard of the castle, where Gabriel's coach is waiting, the royal coachman already seated. Surrounding it are several others, each with Castador's emblem, a violet rose emblazoned on the side, and filled by the royal retinue, likely impatient to be on the road. Gabriel's bags have already been carefully stored for the long journey south to Esperosa. It's early enough in the year that he should be home before the first snowfall, but one can never be too careful, especially traveling along the mountain. Gabriel turns to face me, taking a few steps down the stairs until we are nearly the same height. My lady, I bid you farewell. He takes my hand and presses a gentle kiss to my knuckles before straightening, turning to acknowledge my mother, who has come out the door. Tay and Susie trail behind her, passing a small bowl of grapes back and forth. Your Majesty, I thank you and your husband for your warm hospitality, and I regret to be departing of your company. Mother shakes her head, smiling fondly at him. Nonsense, I'm sure you're eager to be headed home. She clasps her hands in front of her and adds, Besides, I'm certain we'll see you again soon enough. If you're able to make it, we will be hosting a celebration of Susanna's 13th birthday at the end of next month. Susie freezes with a grape halfway in her mouth. Or what? Tay snatches the bowl of grapes and hides it behind his back as Mother turns to face the two of them. Well, of course. You've returned to your home and your families. Susie, that's a reason to celebrate. Right. Susie tugs on her sleeve, eyes darting upwards for a moment. I'm just not, certain that's a good idea? Mother blinks. Why ever not, dear? Perhaps this is a discussion for another time, I interject. Once everyone's attention is focused on me, I clarify, since I'm sure Prince Gabriel would like to take his leave. Oh, of course. Mother turns back to Gabriel, ever the gracious queen. We won't keep you any longer. I shall be off then, Gabriel says, nodding to her, and then each of us in turn. I'll inform my mother about the celebration as well. Susie, it was nice to meet you. Tay, it was nice to see you again. May, thank you for your company. He even turns to Serena, adding, and yours, Miss Solomovici, with a wry smile. Then, bowing to my mother once more, he crosses to his coach and climbs inside. There's a moment's flurry of activity as all the pieces start moving, horses and people moving towards the gates, and then they are closed behind the last of his party that vanishes into the city. Mother immediately turns to Serena, and the two head back inside the castle. I seize the opportunity to grab a couple of grapes from the bowl still in Tay's grasp. As I pop one in my mouth, he turns to me. So, did he ask you to marry him? I can't imagine what kind of expression I make in response. Sort of? It's complicated. Susie, who has been staring after the royal procession with a dreamy expression on her face, turns at that. Are you going to marry him? If mother and father have their way, I answer, begging another grape. They're quite sweet, just the perfect amount of juicy, and a beautiful pale green in color. Hopefully there are more in the kitchens. He's very handsome, Susie remarks, glancing back in the direction of the gates as the three of us start moving inside. Isn't he? Tay agrees, giving her a conspiratorial look. I roll my eyes. If you think he's so handsome, maybe you should marry him yourself. Do you think he would? Did he say something to you? This, around a mouthful of grape, of course. I smack him in the back of the head. Children, Mother calls sternly, pausing just ahead of us. Finally, she notices the bowl of grapes and sighs. Thaddeus, really? We go to bid farewell to our guest, and you can't even leave behind your snack. Tay shrugs. At least I showed up at all. Mother gives him a look. Tay, you know your father and sister are both very busy. I'm sure Gabriel understands that. I'm sure. So, I cut in, glancing over at Susie, this celebration. Susie shoots me a glare before turning back to Mother. I don't know if I can handle a party. I just came home. That's going to be a lot of people for me. You won't have to worry about anything, dear, Mother insists. There will be heightened security and exclusive invites. The people who took you won't be an issue. They'll never even find their way inside. Susie doesn't look very convinced, but Mother carries on anyway. Of course, you'll have some input on the celebration. Perhaps you'd like to choose the theme? Susie opens her mouth and then closes it, scrunching her face up in thought. She fidgets with the pendant around her neck, a golden chain with a lightning bolt-shaped charm dangling from it. It's something that came home with her, and she's neither taken it off nor explained why it's so important to her. She just fidgets with it, a habit of hers that's unnerving in its constant motion. A princess doesn't fidget, I think. but she's been out of the castle a long time. Maybe, Susie begins hesitantly, only continuing at Mother's encouraging nod. Maybe a masquerade could be fun? Mother frowns elegantly. Perhaps, she muses, though I fear your birthday is rather near Waning Leaves Eve. We're trying to turn away strange guests, not invite them. Oh, but a masquerade would be so fun, I exclaim, clasping my hands together gleefully. Besides, it's been so long since we last hosted one or even attended one. I think it sounds like a brilliant idea. Serena, too, seems hesitant. Such a thing during Dayasha's month. Dayasha will protect us, I insist. She always does. I wind my arm through Tay's and start tugging him towards the stairs. Regardless, it sounds like you have party planning to do, so we shall leave you to it. Madeline, Mother calls, but Tay laughs as we head up into our quarters, pulling the gilded double doors closed behind us. Father and Lillian are likely still in Father's study, working, and Mother will be occupied with Susie's party and Serena's reports, meaning the two of us have the entirety of the family's chambers to ourselves. I lead him into a small private sitting room, making sure to close that door too, and then sit across from where Tay's watching me expectantly. Well? He asks. I feel my face contort in some sort of expression, and reach into my pocket to pull out the ring, placing it on the low table between us. Tay gasps and picks it up, examining it closely. So he did propose. Not exactly. He looks up at me so fast that a golden curl falls into his eye. What's that supposed to mean? He asks, pushing his hair back out of his face. I frown at my skirts. Well, he told me he didn't want to marry me, and I told him I didn't want to marry him, but then there's this whole expectation thing, so he gave me the ring and told me to give it back to him when I find someone I want to be with. Tay blinks a couple of times, clearly confused. So are you getting married or not? Uncertain. We meet each other's gaze for a moment in disbelieving silence. Then, I'm not sure who starts laughing first, but suddenly neither of us can stop. It really is a ridiculous situation. Surely I've read a story about something like this before. Of course, in a romance, the two leads would fall for each other and end up married anyway. But when I picture that bride floating down the aisle, dancing under chandeliers, glowing and beautiful, I see her face, and I know that Gabriel will never be the one for me.
Woo!
God, that was a lot of reading. Okay. So my general questions, I wanted to know how Susie comes across and how Gabriel comes across. Character stuff in general is good because I like knowing how people perceive my characters. I wanted to know if there's anything particularly confusing and if there's anything that makes you want to know more. Yes. So, Gabe, I believe you're leading this.
Yeah. I think I've said this like every time we've workshopped something of yours, and I feel like I'm going insane saying it, but God, your fucking imagery is always like so on point. I don't know how you do it. You have a way with imagery and like descriptions and stuff. This isn't one of your questions, but like, just goddamn, this is. I feel like I can I put my brain in there. My brain is in there, and I can see it with my eyes that are there in my head with my brain eyes. I found Gabriel to be he was a very strongly characterized. He was a character that was charactered really well. I really liked him. I really got a very I got a strong impression of him. If this is the first chapter, I'd be like, wow, I want to read more of this. Like, this is something I want to read more of. This is real good. I didn't find anything confusing. I found I pretty much I got like the deal between Gabriel and May pretty strongly. It was like a I didn't find it confusing that the whole like the marriage thing. I didn't find that confusing at all. That was well explained, and I felt that it was explained without being like blunt forced into my brain. I just understood it. It was well there was a good balance of like the characters saying and doing stuff. Jesus, I'm dropping something. And like, and also the descriptions of how the characters are feeling and like stuff. And I got it. It was all good. Yeah, it was good. That's my critique.
Okay, thank you. And Lee, that's you next.
It is my turn. First of all, I really did enjoy. And the first dancing scene and all the imagery in it is gorgeous to read, and it really helps me paint a picture in my head. I'll get to your questions. How does Susie come across? Susie comes across really well, but also, like, why are you letting obviously a Fey child past your threshold into your castle? Like, there's like, my first thought was with Susie is she's a Fey child, which I love because I'm already just in these short 12 pages, I think it is, starting to develop like ideas of who these characters are, and I'm starting to think about the story, which I think is a sign of a really well put together story. For Susie, what I really like is she kind of gyrates between being quiet and withdrawn and being actively and vocally advocating for herself. The details that you added to her description, such as her always fiddling necklace, and how she's kind of alien to the people in the castle because she hasn't been raised as a princess, I think is a delightful character detail. There's something I want to bring up. Just a second. Okay, I won't like stall out, but I really do like Susie, and I like how you write the character dynamics in this family with Susie, about how she is really hesitant coming out of the forest and how the family is actively struggling. And I think that that's a really good detail in your story, and it adds a lot of depths to the character, how different people are reacting in different ways to her return, such as her mom doting on her, her father being like a little hesitant, and her older sister, your main character, being like, well, I wish she'd just let me help, because those are all very real reactions that you find in families that have had a child suffer trauma. And I really do enjoy it. Well, I really do enjoy reading it. How does Gabriel come across? Gabriel comes like I find your how you cultivated their specific brand of awkwardness caused by their personal interactions and what they think everyone is expecting of them, and how they know other people are watching them, as just a delightful read. Other than that, Gabriel comes across as like a pretty solid dude. And yeah, like he comes across as a solidly made character. There we go. Sorry, words are hard, and I can't speak apparently. Is there anything confusing? I didn't find anything confusing that won't be explained in further chapters and details. Overall, I think the story as 2 first chapters stands on its own. And your last question, what, if anything, makes you want to know more? I'm sensing some like Fae shenanigans with this, so I really do want to know more about that. And your little sprinkled in almost flavoring of world building makes me really excited to further explore this world and its gods and what the month means in context to this society. I also want to know what's the deal with Gabriel's kingdom and what's the deal with her kingdom and why are they trying to form an alliance, and is this just like a friendly hostage situation like they used to do way back when? Were they trying to negotiate a trade deal? Is that why Gabriel's here, or was it literally just like a now kiss moment in the royal families? Just a general comment, and it's going to sound strange, but I almost want for the first chapter to almost linger a little bit before shenanigans starts happening. Because you have two really well developed characters with really interesting interactions. And I almost wish we were lingering on that to get to know them and build, especially your main character, May, up a little bit. Something I also noticed is you have delightful description. It is beautiful, and your use of imagery is amazing. And how you describe how people move in action sequence or tense moments is really good. I wish that during some of the more dialogue heavy bits that we had more of the description of what people are doing. And I'm not saying that you don't put it in, it's just because you're so good at creating an image, I feel like if you put it into more of your dialogue heavy bits as well, if you put more of that into it, it'll paint like an even more vivid image, because you go really hard in the descriptive imagery in some cases, and then in some paragraphs you kind of peter out a little bit almost, and I would just love to see more description. Other than that, I had a delightful time reading it. Thank you so much for writing it.
Wow, thank you. Okay. Marie-Soleil.
Okay, so first, Faye. You know how I feel about the Faye.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as somebody was calling her name from the woods, I was like, that's Faye shit, before I even finished reading the story. Anyway, to your questions. How does Susie come across? Susie's hiding something. She's hiding something big. Either she's not actually Susie, or she's Susie who made a deal. And that's why she's interested in the masquerade, because masks can hide many things. I'm a little confused about how old she was when she went missing and how old she is in response to her siblings, because May and Tay feel like they're the younger siblings of a royal family, so they're not involved in any of the politics. Like when Gabriel is leaving, Tay and May are there, but their older sister, I believe, is busy with their father. So she has important things to do when they are allowed to have freedom. So they're probably younger siblings, I'd assume, in like late teens is the vibe I'm getting from them. And then Susie is 13, but she disappeared 5 years ago and hasn't changed. So like, how old were they when she disappeared to how old are they now is kind of confusing to me. Like, what was their age difference between them and their younger sibling versus now, and how has that impacted their relationship is something that I'm interested in.
Sorry, did I say she was 13 somewhere?
It says that it's her 13th birthday.
Right, yes,
So
okay.
12, turning 13. And it also says that her likeness hasn't changed from the picture that their father has.
Yes.
So I'm like, it sounds like she hasn't aged since she disappeared. Which also goes to the fact that she's hiding something, has been in the Feywild or somewhere where she hasn't aged. Gabriel feels like the elder son of a royal couple, because like she says it's like the ring would belong to the queen kind of thing, so he's got to be in line for the throne. So that makes me feel like he's the eldest sibling of his family if he's got younger siblings. And he also feels like either he's very nonchalant about the fact that this princess doesn't want to marry him, so it feels like he's got somebody else he's interested in, or just not interested in relationships at all. And I'm wondering what kind of a figure he'll play in the future between the kingdoms, and like, is this an act that he's pulling off, that he's okay with her not wanting to marry him, or is it if he's actually genuine about, yeah, I don't want to get married right now if you don't want to marry me. Yeah, I already mentioned the ages being confusing, and then there's one thing where did it go? Um. Uh. This. Yeah. Great gods, I breathe, hands digging into the stone wall as I lean forward. Does she have super strength? Because otherwise she can't really dig into the stone wall. But that's just me being nitpicky. Yeah, that confused me. And I, like Lee said, I want to know more about your world and your world setting and the gods and the holidays. And why shouldn't they have a masquerade ball in this month? Because like masquerade balls are amazing, except that masks can hide many things and it's an invitation to the fae. But those are my comments. Did they make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you want, I can clarify the age thing real fast.
Okay.
Yeah, Lillian is the oldest. Then May, then Tay, then Susie. Susie's the youngest. It wasn't supposed to be that her like appearance hadn't changed in the 5 years since she's been missing. Like she has gotten older. It was just supposed to be like that she looks very similar to the portrait, but I can see how that's confusing, so I can clarify that in my next draft. Yes.
Sounds good.
Yes. So Dean.
Lol. So I think everyone's already kind of sung the praises that needed to be sung, particularly with the world building. Always amazing stuff, seeing you just build your world. All of the imagery feels so lifelike. Like, you know, I think I'm a sucker for balls anyway. Don't take that out of context, but just like, it's wonderful. It's wonderful seeing like all of the colors and like just how like alive people are in these situations. I echo everyone's love for Susie because Susie is personally one of my 3 favorite characters from the 2 chapters so far. The other 2 being May and Gabriel. Susie, I think though, kind of like is my favorite personally because she almost foils everyone pretty much. Like she is an ideal foil for May, especially because where May is, you know, very collected, very poised, or at least that's how I kind of read her as. May or Susie is like, you know, have how some other people have said she is kind of thing, like she is bubbly at times but is still like hiding something, which I think obviously in relation to what has happened to her, or at least like what we know of the situation so far, like is to be expected. Like it seems like while Susie has something to hide, May is pretty much very collected, but still there is a lot to May, who is also one of my favorite characters. I really like May. She's a good anchor for the story, and like May's like it's good to see just how May is seeing the world, because through May's eyes it is very poetic, very colorful, very beautiful, and that has allowed your imagery to kind of shine through in that aspect. Like I really like love the work that you've done anchoring May as your protagonist. Gabriel is, I like him. He's a good potential love interest in the things that I've seen of him. However, I think Gabriel could use a little bit more development, because right now it seems as if I'm not saying it's like a direct like thing. I'm not saying it's like a direct thing of things that I've seen before, but just like it's a very familiar situation of like, you know, a arranged marriage that the 2 people who don't want to be arranged in don't really see much interest in each other. Aside from that, Gabriel seems like a very, you know, he's a nice, charming prince, a nice, charming prince character. I would just like for, I think, a few more instances of his character kind of like being fleshed out a bit more, like a few quirks. Like I noticed early on in the thing, or early on in his introduction, he parts his ear, or he parts some of his hair behind his ear. That's a Debbie Ryan. That's really funny. Things like that, just like things that help him kind of stand out. Like if he has any ticks or quirks, that's good to help like round him out as a character. But you've done a good job kind of like setting that up so far. I think, praises aside, I do have a couple 2 points in the story where I would like to kind of address, and that is, or I guess the first one being like a lack of showing in some places, particularly to kind of highlight examples in chapter 2. When May and Gabriel are talking early on, and they're talking about how Susie has been back for like some time now, and you know, there's all of this happening. It really just kind of goes over everything. Like it kind of just summarizes everything as like, you know, May has already kind of lived all of this already, so it makes sense for her to kind of summarize it. But like for me, who wants to know for me, I figured there would be a little bit more description because holy shit, her sister's back after how many years? Like I imagine, like even within 4 days time, there would be a lot more commotion. There would be so many questions. People would still be in motion, just trying to do everything that they can. And you were hinting at it. However, I think you can certainly take some liberty then in like, you know, I trust that because this is only in the second chapter that you're expanding on that later on, or you are doing your best to kind of like build from that in subsequent chapters. I think also in the first chapter, let me see if I can find it. There's the line, "Father stands at the wall. He's looking behind me. I wonder what he sees. I don't dare find out myself." I really want you to show that scene a bit more because that gives us really good insight into who the father is. Like showing reactions tells so much about a character, like even if they're minor, because that just helps us better invest in them, I think. So like just how, like, is he freaking out? Like, is he backing up? Is he like very expressive? Is he almost apathetic? Like, what is it that he is seeing and how is he reacting to it? And then I think just in terms of like a lack of showing, I obviously don't mean that negatively, but just like there are certain sections that I've highlighted in my markup of your copy where, you know, you could tighten up a few sentences to kind of help better show that, because I did notice like you know, a few passive verbs, article words here and there that could be easily phased out. My second biggest critique, and I'll try to keep all of this fairly brief, is just how they act around each other, because, and I say this because it is important for us to know these characters as well off as we can, because we don't know them like you do. Like you've done a good job introducing who these characters are and providing good context as to how they act around each other. Like, you know, people have said that May and Gabriel are expected to be together. However, they each have their own restrictions. May has different relationships with their siblings, and it's there. It is there, but then it is important in subsequent chapters, like I said, to expand on that. I think particularly when it comes to Susie and May, because I think it's their relationship that I see being the most interesting. I think there is a lot of potential for you to delve into just how these two interact and how they kind of play off of each other. You know, that's not to say that like obviously you should only focus on them and you know, take away the focus from everybody else, but just like really when it comes to how these characters work, it is important because we don't know your characters, and largely to a large audience, a lot of them are going to be introduced to these characters for the first time. It is good and important for you to kind of, you know, add in a little bit more, albeit if it doesn't have to be in these first two chapters. Obviously it can be in the middle. And as a final point, I wanted to talk about chapter 2 specifically, because there was something that had been like bothering me a bit about how May and Gabriel are talking as Gabriel is about to leave, and how first they start off addressing the marriage, and then they go into like this awkward kind of banter after it, before eventually the rest of May's family comes and greets him away, which I don't know what it was specifically that was like irking me about it, but I think after switching it, I think that kind of makes it a little bit more interesting, in my opinion. So you open the chapter with May and Gabriel talking about these different towns, when and where can like these things happen and stuff, like building the world between or through the lens of these two characters and how they perceive it. And then going into the marriage itself, which would kind of follow a very, it would kind of like end on a downer, because obviously they don't exactly get married. However, it almost feels as if it would benefit more if you switched, because then in the beginning you can build off of their chemistry better. Like you can still retain all of the information of what these two exchange. However, that also lets you like introduce the world a bit. And I feel like after such like a serious moment in their relationship, where they just basically acknowledge the fact that they don't want to marry each other, it feels as if you can take some time before then, because like going straight into the marriage in chapter 2, and then having all of that kind of like small talk afterwards. I don't know. For me, that's interesting that these two characters would have that. Like, despite there being a mutual understanding, there's still, I would imagine, some kind of emotion there. But maybe that's just me kind of looking into it too much. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
No, that is really good to know, because one of the things I was worried about with introducing the marriage stuff in chapter 2 is that I was worried it feels like it comes too soon.
Mm-hmm.
So if that would fix it, that's good to know.
Yeah, obviously there might be things that you would have to rearrange to kind of like fit the context better, but I feel like, again, if you were to just retain all of the information that you had in the latter half of that conversation, where they're talking about different towns and like different towns and like all of these other things, just it almost feels like that would be more beneficial to start chapter 2, because not only are you building more character between these two, like building the relationship a bit more, but like, world building, which is what you're amazing at. So.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. And that brings us to Tyler.
Oh, hi. All right. So, I really enjoyed your piece, Alex. You're using some very good conventions. You're following a very, very wonderful story structure that I can tell you're well studied and well versed in. I want to do a general talk first before I do my general fast talky dive in, which is I'm going to answer, I believe it's your fourth question. In that, what, if anything, makes you want to know more? I'm going to say all of it, and there's a reason for that. You start on medias res, at the middle, to some extent, of this party that's happening, and then go into an action sequence. And then your second chapter dives into a much more paced conversation, world building, and exposition bit. And they're good. I think you need to show us the whole party. I need time with these characters before the action sequence of Susie arriving, because I can see what you can do with time for exposition and explanation, and that's in chapter 2. The two chapters are written very differently to me. Because the first one is supposed to be a lead up and build up towards the action sequence, you don't use any world buildy expositional parts, really. We only learn the name of the castle and the countries in the second chapter. And that's what makes them so different to me, is in the second chapter, your characters are so willing to talk about these things and invest conversation, and you're willing to invest time in them, but none in the first chapter. And there was a huge divide for me there. Whereas if you take your time with this party and give us all of that, it'll blend seamlessly. Give us more time with the characters before the action piece disjoints us, and I think it'll really tie us in a lot more. So that's my one general comment. Getting into the nitty gritty. Your descriptions are fantastic. I want more. I always want more. I want to see much more of the courtyard, the dancers. I want you to describe a few of the particular ones that stand out, nobles that specifically went out and bought a new dress for this occasion to paint the scene even more, because you've got plenty of words in you and they all need to come out. Never worry about writing too little. That's one problem I always have, is always try to concise myself, and I never should. Fun little note. A wrinkled leaf brushed against my bare shoulder. Next line, a chill breeze prances southward, and I pull my bare arms closer. You mentioned she's got bare shoulders and arms a lot. Are you dress coding this princess?
Oh
mean,
my god, I didn't even notice, or I didn't even think about
It,
that.
it
Oh
fits
my-
with the world.
How dare you? How dare you dress code this poor princess?
Listen, there will be character development on that front. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. One part on the sun setting bit. The sun has nearly finished setting by now is a lot, when you could also just say the sun is nearly set. And it's a few of those things that the descriptions are very good, very vivid, and paint a beautiful scene. Sometimes I feel there's just a few too many words stuck in them, when a little bit more concision would allow the impact without drag. There's a line right before the dancing. The turning of the season means that it gets dark far earlier, and I will to excuse myself to retire shortly after the sun sets. Speaking of which, and then we get into a dance with Lillian. I don't know what that speaking of which is referring to at all, and maybe that's just me, because the sentence before it is talking about May specifically retiring shortly when the sun sets and the change of season. But then we get into speaking of which, Lillian. It's a weird transition. I don't think you need it. It's kind of like Gabe's in fact that I mentioned earlier. It's also a fragmented sentence, which I do comment on in your piece as well. We all need to be careful of fragmented sentences, me included. They're fun, but weird. And I don't know, again, if there's some clarity you can offer of that speaking of which, because that confused me immediately.
I think it's been a long time. Another thing I should clarify for those of you is that I wrote the first chapter like a year ago, and I wrote the second chapter like a month ago. So that might explain some of like any weird differences between them. The speaking of which was supposed to be like May was about to retire, was about to be like, oh, I'm gonna leave, but then before she could do that, Lillian starts dancing. But yeah, definitely, the waltz scene, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1, beautiful, love it. That is a wonderful use of a scene setting. It allows sound and a bunch of fun. There's a moment where, and I turned to watch Grace the Floor on the arm of some nobleman, and I believe a bit later her mother is talking to, once again, some nobleman. This girl's a princess who is apparently destined to be a queen of Castador. She should probably know the names of these noble people that are interacting with her family, and it would also allow you to, again, insert a little bit more world building and a little bit more scene setting. Because if they're speaking to Duke Parabel of this duchy or whatever, probably about this, and he brought his latest tramp along with him, it sets way more of a scene than just some nobleman. And it lets us know that May is, learned, because I'm pretty sure May is learned as a princess to some extent. Dance scene, fantastic. I remember you telling me you've done a lot of dance, and that scene with Lillian weaving through his arms and then under them, around his back and into his arms again, fantastic. We can all take a lesson from that. It's great. Following that, however, the scenes pass very quickly. We basically have 3 songs in the span of 3 paragraphs, from the waltz to the jig to the festival song.
and it just happens really quickly. It ties back to what I said. I want to see so much more of it. And 3 songs, especially if they're pieces played by a live band for dancing at a courtyard, are probably about 5 minutes each. So that means we at least have about 15 minutes passing where we don't get to see much of it. And that was an issue with me because I want to see more. Expositional phrasing, something I use a fucking lot. Sister, princess, your highness, brother, May, Madeline. It's really great to let us learn the relationships of all the characters and how they fit into the general scheme and plot. However, could be more spaced out because I find I'm getting hit over the head with prince, brother, sister in really rapid succession when I only yell at my brother and call him brother in very rare occasions. I usually think of him name first, and that's a personal thing. Tucks of strand of hair behind his ear, lol. Great Scott! Just my random thoughts coming into play there. A child clearly running from something is a very easy sentence. We don't really need to add more to it. A child clearly running from something, and there isn't much known to live in that forest, is like a weird bit of exposition, and I may be nitpicky there. Just snagged for me. I am also confused about how you didn't realize this was your sister earlier. The hoods don't do much to cover face, and we also get the example of blonde curls falling out, and also it's your sister's voice. I'm not sure if there's more you can do to obscure that, but I was like, I'm confused as well. Maybe because it was partway through transforming into your sister on the run up. I don't know. Maybe. Just maybe. But there's something you can fill in there, I think. There's a line about the 3 strangers in the hoods. I've heard of animals that hunt with patience that just stalk their prey until it grows exhausted. My heart starts to gallop. I grab the girl's wrist. The animal you're thinking of is humans, because that is how we survived evolutionary wise, is just through pure endurance.
I am aware of that, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel the line feels weird reading to me. I've heard of animals, draped in black, moving forward at a steady pace. I've heard of animals that hunt with patience, that just stalk their prey until it grows exhausted. My heart starts to gallop. That descriptive line, it feels weird because it doesn't connect to the line before it about the figures or the line after it about why she's afraid of this. It's just like, here's a random expositional tidbit. It's your job to piece where that actually fits and what it relates to. So there might be a little clause definition in there that needs to change just to make it flow a little smoother. The distance between the forest and the courtyard is undefined. The scene where Susie is running up to her happens very quickly, and the scene where May runs out to meet Susie is like really quick, but then the run back is a while. It's like 4 or 5 paragraphs running back. And it was just really weird how quickly she got there and then how long it took her to get back narratively. And also there's an earlier part where we established that Susie is quicker than her when they're running to meet, but then May grabs her wrist and pulls her towards the rest of the castle. And then the ending where she steps on a rock and hurts her foot when she climbs over the wall. It's not like she tripped and fell and almost got caught up with. So I don't know why that tension is necessarily there. The running scene was a little weird for me because of that. I don't know if you're going to tie something in later, like something to do with her blood being used or anything like that. But I digress. Just again, felt a little off. Alrighty. I know I'm going a little hard over the time, so I'm going to try and get through a bit more. Everyone take a real quick lesson from Alex here for the whole Gelland and Solwick bit, because it is the perfect show don't tell. In a few short, natural lines, we get the whole feel of Solwick and its relation to the characters without ever actually explicitly being told it's a fishing village on the ocean. We get told all sorts of stuff around that and loosely based on that, but you realize exactly what it is without it ever having to be explicitly told. Fantastic. Perfect show, don't tell.
Hard to agree on that. That was great.
Yeah, right? What's the diplomatic visit Gabriel's on? Dancing with your soon-to-be wife? Signing a peace treaty? Is he debating the price of wheat? What's a diplomatic visit? I suppose that must be true. Is this a common phrase in your world, or are they parroting, mocking each other? Because they both say it back to back. And I have no idea if this is an inside joke or what. Just, again, a little weird. I'm not sure if there's more context or what.
I can explain that one real fast too if you want.
Go hard, yes.
It was earlier in their conversation. There was like another moment where May said something and then Gabriel repeated it back to her. And so that was me trying to like establish that that's something they do sometimes when they talk, like just a quirk of like their conversations. But it could probably happen more times to make that more obvious.
It doesn't necessarily need to happen more times to make it obvious, but you could mention it, because when I do a joke specifically at Marie-Soleil's expense when we are mocking each other, I'm thinking of it in my head, right? I know I've pre-planned to say this after what she said. So just like a tiny bit of thought bubble could do. Because yeah, it again, the parroting threw me off. There is a part where we will not be enough for each other, I think. Is what they say. Where is it? When they're talking about the marriage. Anyone help me with a page? I'm just going to say they will not be enough for each other because I've missed my mark. Very interesting. Oh, here it is. Can never be enough for each other is a very specific reason for rejection. If it comes into play with promiscuity later, then great. But otherwise, it's like a really specific reason for rejection that we don't have any context for. Because that's something very specific to say in this context. We can never be enough for each other. That's biting. And I want to know why. Personal thoughts on that. Promiscuity would be great. Also, Gabriel is gay, bi, and so is Tay. Yes, maybe. Am I picking up vibe?
Gabriel is intended to be arrow ace. Tay is gay. May is also gay.
Yep. Moving. I have no relevant information on how old Tay is, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Why ever? Oh my God. Why ever? That's fantastic. Here's a fun line. Jesus, Susie, are you supposed to be this creepy, you little changeling fuck?
What's that in response to?
I don't even remember. I was reading this at midnight and going through.
That
a princess.
work.
Yeah, a princess doesn't fidget would be a great callback line, but only if we had heard it before. Because you kind of draw that out to point out how strange Susie is being, but we've never heard that line before, and you fully italicize it. So this is probably a lesson that May has gotten, but we haven't seen her get it. So it falls flatter than if we had, heard her mention it at the ball the night before or something like that. There are a lot of golden curls in this family and in the descriptions. Oh, you have something to say there?
No, I'm just, I use that a lot. I'm aware of that one.
And then my very last little comment is at the very end here. But when I picture that bride floating down the aisle, dancing under chandeliers, glowing and beautiful, I see her face and know that Gabriel will never be the one for me. That line reads weird. It's cute. It's very interesting. But she sees her face and knows that Gabriel won't be for May. It's a weird bit of pronoun game. And I realize it's because May is a lesbian and focused on the bride. I realize that. But pronoun game. Maybe throw a name in there, like a different focus in the scene, because she's focused on her face and knows that Gabriel will never be the one for me. And it plays weird. All right. How do I like Susie? Like a dirty little changeling that needs to be wrapped in cold irons. How does Gabriel come across? Like an emotionally mature, dark-haired Prince Charming from Shrek. And personal gripe. Personal gripe, Alex. And we did mention this before. I have such a problem with present tense. I do. I don't know what it is. Keep going. I'm not saying change it. I'm just like saying present tense just fucks with my brain. And a lot of my gripes may be because I'm reading in present tense and I can't handle that.
I'm terribly sorry.
I only think in the past, please. Fantastic. Your descriptions are great. Keep going. Give me more. Give me more.
Cool.
Wow, I took a while. Let's wrap first half up, shall we?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah. So we are at for the main recording, we are at close to 250. However, we have been recording since like
7
officially 7 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah.
7. It was closer to 7:30 when we
Close to
started.
7:30. Yeah. So, for everyone listening, we are going to be taking a bit of a break. It'll be, you won't know because of editing, but like just know that we're going to be back for a bit.
Now you know, bitches.
I'm peeling behind the curtain a bit. Anyway, just sit tight, everybody, and we'll be back to resume everyone else's workshop pieces.
Goo teen?
Goo teen.
You missed that
Goo
part.
teen.
Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask.
Okay.
It's a thing. It's a season 5 opening episode inside joke. If anyone wants to find out what the context of that is, watch the first episode.
Are you shilling for your own podcast on an episode of the podcast?
When do I not?
Like, nice plug, man.
This episode of the InkGuild is sponsored by the InkGuild.
Do we even have sponsors, though?
We do. The InkGuild. I just said it!
Hey. We even have like a private musician that I keep in my basement and makes things for us once in a while. So yeah,
private musician.
You know
I
what?
talked about this with Alex pretty recently, actually. If we got ad reads, oh my god, they'd be so fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, they'd be really
Howdy,
chaotic.
YouTube! This episode is sponsored by Honey.
Like those the Reese's Cups ads that are all over like TikTok
No,
now.
I swear, if we get sponsored by Reese's, it'll be a disaster.
We can't do that.
Really hope we get sponsored by Reese's. That would be the best.
If that happens, we can't let Gabe read it. We
No,
cannot
you have
under
to
any
let me read it.
circumstances. No.
Listen,
No.
Gabe,
this
no.
episode is sponsored by
Gabe.
Reese's.
Gabe, no.
The marketing person comes to us and shoots Dean an email, and they specifically request Gabe to read it out.
They'll specifically request me after they're gonna rebrand it. That's what they're gonna do. I'm gonna say it. They're gonna.
I'm gonna get an
Reese's
email.
Pieces. It's brilliant.
I'm gonna get an email. I'm gonna get an email from Reese's afterwards being like, "What the fuck was that? Why is one of your guys just saying Reese's Pieces for 5 straight minutes?"
Oh, Reese's Pieces. You want to get some? You want to get some chocolate?
Or in another
Alex, it'll be like
inside
the
you?
Critical Role ads.
in another
Oh my god.
in another scenario, it'll just be like, "Yeah, so we saw your ad. Why is it just Brooke and Gabe arguing about how to pronounce Reese's for 5 minutes?"
If
And
you'd
you're like,
like
I don't
to
know
get
what
a
I
piece
told
of
you.
chocolate that perhaps has other ingredients inside of it, get yourself some Reese's Pieces. Down
Gabe,
Or
No.
like a
Gabe.
caramel, just saying.
wherever
Gabe.
chocolate is sold.
Gabe. I'm going to murder you.
You get some Reese's
I feel that.
Pieces, and we also have Reese's
Gabe.
Buttercup.
Gabe.
Okay.
Gabe.
Gabe.
Why are you
Gabe.
doing this for free? Wait till we're paid.
That too. That's
Silence.
also
Oh,
good.
see, now you've given him incentive. He's not gonna talk ever.
Dean,
Okay.
$75.
We were just talking about getting paid, and then you're doing free labor, man.
I
Not
love
cool.
doing free labor. That's my whole career. Dean,
Please.
send me $50.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going into the second half of workshop now, where we're going to be focusing on Marie-Soleil's piece, Lee's, and then Tyler's to close off the episode. So let's start off with Marie-Soleil's.
Hello. This is called observation or observations. I didn't put any questions on the end of this, so I'm just gonna say like my main focus is the tone and how does the tone sound and if the style works to convey the story. Okay. So observations. It's written as a logbook, sort of. Monday, 10 a.m. This notebook was meant to be a recording of my observations of the children's behaviors. I guess it'll be a recording of the events taking place after they told us the world is ending. If they are right, maybe someone will survive to read our story. If they aren't, well, it's not like anyone will see it. Most of the children are gone, taken home before they even got settled for the day. Parents rushed back in a wave only about an hour or two after dropping them off. I can only imagine them hearing the news as they get to work before running out and fighting traffic to get back here and away again. There were only 4 left here with me. I've been trying to reach their parents since I heard the news, but no one is answering. I've called everyone on the emergency contact list. I don't want to think about why that is. The other staff have also left. I can't blame them. I called mom and she was safe. I told her I had a safe place to hide. But I can't leave these kids. According to the radio, the police are telling everyone to lock their doors and stay inside. Don't let anyone in unless you're sure they are who they say they are. We've been inside all day and the children are getting reckless. I'm getting restless. Maybe I'll take them to the gym. I'll leave the lights off. We'll be fine. 1 p.m. The kids are eating lunch now. Running around in the gym for 2 hours seems to have worked to burn off most of their energy. It helped them relax for a little while. They are still upset though. They won't say anything, but they keep looking around for those who aren't here. James was asking about Miss Katie. The sadness in his green eyes pulls at my heart. I put music on for them and let them go off to cover up how quiet it is. I even danced with them for a bit. It's not natural, like walking suburban streets at midnight. All the windows are dark. Toys lay forgotten on well-manicured lawns, left behind when their owners were called inside for dinner and baths. We made personal pizzas for lunch. The size of the mess that children can make, even when there are only 5 of them, will always surprise me. But they had fun, and who am I to get in the way of that? Chloe's mom called back in hysterics that she hadn't brought her daughter in today. I hung up on her. Chloe is here. She's been since I got in this morning. I'm so confused. I would unplug the phone in case she calls again, but what if another parent tries to reach me? Maybe I'll call the police and let them know what's going on. 3 p.m. Glitter is the worst. I don't think I'll be able to save this shirt. 6 shiny new masterpieces are sitting on the drying rack waiting to be hung on the walls. Maybe I'll use them to cover the windows. I've kept the music playing all day, mostly to cover the sound of silence, but also, I swear I heard a knocking sound on the windows earlier. No one was there when I looked, and the children haven't said anything, but I think I'll feel better with them covered. The police said they would send someone for us, but it could take a while. I guess things are a little crazy out there. I told them what Chloe's mom said, and the officer got really quiet and asked me if I was sure it was Chloe here. I hung up on him. Who else could it be but Chloe? I was going to make slime for them, but they seemed pretty tired. James asked if they could watch a movie, so I'll put on Sing for them. We can pull out all of the blankets and pillows in the center and make a nest. I'm going to check to see if there's any candy in the kitchen. 5 p.m. The back door was open. I was making pasta in the kitchen when I heard a sound behind me. I thought it was the knocking again, but I looked down the hall and the door was open, shifting slightly. My heart dropped when I saw it, and I sprinted back to the classroom. The children are fine. The 7 of them lying on the floor finishing the movie. When I think of what could happen, though, I shiver. The door had to have been open all day, hitting the wall, and that must have been what I had been hearing. I have locked it now, though, so we should be safe. 7 p.m. It's late and no one has come by to pick us up. No parents, no police, no one. I figure I'll sleep on the couch. It's big enough and I don't want to leave them alone all night. I'll check the other rooms for cots for the children. The children can sleep on, or maybe mats from the gym if I can't find 8 beds big enough for them. Whatever happens, I'll make things work. 11 p.m. I woke about half an hour ago, hearing voices. The room was colder than it should have been, and I saw Katie and Eric at the window. They said they heard something outside, so they opened it. I couldn't see anything. I tried to explain to them that we can't open the windows, but it's so hard to know with 4-year-olds. Maybe I'll move the couch over to block the windows tomorrow, so that doesn't happen again. I don't know how I'll manage 9 kids on my own in the morning. I'll bribe them with waffles and hope that's enough to keep them listening to me. Tuesday, 9 a.m. Breakfast waffles went over well, and the kids are playing in the gym again. I hung the pictures over the windows. It cuts off the natural light, and I know the knocking was the open door, but I feel more secure like this. Eric was so excited he wanted to help out. I had to keep him from climbing on the counters to hang things up himself. The joy in his blue eyes lit up the room, seeing his artwork on the wall. While they were having lunch later, I'll put up some of the older artwork over the last few windows. We did self-portraits last week. No phone calls this morning. All of the windows and doors are still shut. When I tried to call the police again this morning, it wouldn't go through. I'll try again later. 1 p.m. James has been asking about the others again. I can't look at his blue eyes while they are full of tears, and I lied to him that they will be here again. I can barely look at any of the children in the eyes. They are all so trusting and sad. 10 pairs of blue eyes staring at me as if I have all of the answers they need.
Woo!
Okay. So I guess commentators, Alex, you're first.
Yes, I liked this piece. I thought you did like a good job like building up intrigue and stuff. Yeah, it was very fun. Most of my comments that I wrote were just like little nitpicky things, 'cause overall I thought it was a very clean piece and I didn't have a lot to say. A few things that bothered me, the eyes. Like, when I first read the sadness in his green eyes pulls at my heart, the first thing I wrote was like, this better be important enough to be like this better come up later, which it did. But it just still sounds really awkward to just be like, the sadness in his green eyes pulls at my heart. It just doesn't sound like something like most people would say. And then even like later when you describe like the joy in his blue eyes lit up, that just sounds really awkward to me. Like I get that it adds to like the suspense and stuff, but just like all the like eye comments just like, yeah, they just struck me as like kind of awkward. My other thing was I kind of wanted to be in the narrator's head more as like towards the end of the story. Just because like, you know, you have this like the building up, like there's more kids every time that they do an entry. And obviously there's like something going on for the narrator to like not notice that that's happening and not like really make a comment about it. But like you had the point where Chloe's mom, you wrote Cleo, but you said Chloe, so I'm not sure, called back, and then the narrator was like, oh, I'm so confused, and then hung up on the police later when they tried to like suggest that something was off. And I kind of wish we'd gotten more of that like uncertainty in the narrator like as the story continued. But otherwise I thought like, yeah, you did a good job building up the suspense. Like you can tell there's something off, no idea what, which is really, really interesting and exciting. And like you have like a lot of like good pieces in place. Like the police are saying, don't open the doors, don't let anyone in unless you can like verify who they are, kind of thing. And then you have all these things like the windows were open, the door was open, and every time that happens there's another kid. So I thought that like was built up really well. Yeah, I enjoyed reading it.
Thank you. If that's everything, I guess it goes to Gabe.
Yeah, I really dug the hell out of this. It's always good for me when I'm reading like a horror piece, and like I'm reading it and I'm like, okay, 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 and then like there's one line where I'm like, all right, I need to go back and read the whole fucking thing again. Like I remember as I was reading this the first time, I was like, okay, all right, there's this amount of kids, sounds good, and then I got to the 3 p.m. section. I was like, 6 shiny new masterpieces. That's just a bit of a continuity error, I guess. 5 p.m. Ah!
Yes, that's what I wanted.
I have to double back and be like, how many fucking kids are there? I don't know. As soon as this said that this was like there were children involved, I was like, okay, this is a Fae thing, right? I don't know anything about Fae, but I was like, is this like a Fae apocalypse that's going on here? Is that what I'm getting the sense of? Because that's rad as hell.
Complete
That's
sidebar,
the-
but Jesus fucking Christ, we'd all be fucked.
we'd be we'd be fucked. And there was a couple points like how Cleo changed to Chloe halfway through, and I was like, what's up with that? It's probably nothing. It's not nothing. And yeah, I really liked it. I really dug that.
Thank you. So if that's everything from Gabe, I guess we're going to Lee.
Okay, sweet. I really liked it, and I really love your narrator tone, because your narrator tone was very like they read like anecdotal notes that you write when you're working with children, and that is delightful. I really enjoyed reading that. I also, like Gabe, enjoyed the development of the uncanny in this. Your tone was a delight to read, and your style work with that narration was amazing. The story itself was very understandable and had just enough unease in the beginning to put your teeth on edge so you caught all of those details that you planted so effectively. Something that I would say would be interesting to add would give us more details about the kids. Have more things start to get a little strange and a little uncanny about these things. Because, like, and I say these things because I don't know what they are, and I find that wonderful. So you could have a passage where one of the kids is literally just staring at a wall, and then whoever your narrator is like, hey, what are you doing, blah 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 blah, and then like just like that they go back to playing and doing their normal expected behavior. Just a few things like that to really hit home the strange situation that it is. And then it would also, if you added a couple passages like that, would space out the addition of children to your little group, right? To the little group of characters that your main character is taking care of. And I feel like that would really work to cultivate some like heart-stopping dread in your story. Overall, though, I loved it, and I don't have too much more to add. The eyes and how they repeat is really cool and is a really interesting motif, but maybe you could add something besides the eyes, because I do love how all the eyes change to blue. But I do want a little more detail on how these are weird, their situation. But overall, I loved it. So thank you so much for writing it. It was a delight.
Thank you. Okay, then I guess it goes to Dean.
Well, first of all, good work with this. This is a pretty nice welcome change, because I think I was more familiar with your work, or I was so familiar with your work, Marie-Soleil, because we'd only ever been in the one class. So like to see this is like a really nice like thing that I wasn't expecting. But really, I think all of the praise that had been kind of given towards your piece about like how, you know, how the story of like the kids kind of like becoming more kids, that's a really bad way of putting it, but just like the, you know, the Gabe scream of like, holy shit, there's so many kids now. It's great. There was one thing that I initially thought about that bothered me. However, I think after kind of sitting with it, I realized it could pose a really interesting potential for how this story is presented. Because I'm not going to argue about like the content itself, like the story itself, and how it builds up how it builds up and provides tension is pretty solid. But I noticed that as a story that is written within a notebook, the tense tends to switch a lot. It kind of makes sense for me to like, as for me, who is who has known like diary entry stories as traditionally in past tense, there was a lot of like present tense switching here and there, which initially kind of threw me off. However, I think after realizing it, it feels as if like maybe the traditional way of a diary entry story, or maybe this traditional way of like of imagining the narrator writing everything down into a notebook, it feels as if like you could change that. And what I mean by that is specifically, would you consider the narrator speaking all of it into a kind of audio recorder and have everything transcribed by a third party? So like it could be like a found footage kind of thing, or it's just basically like, here's like a little bit of a description in the beginning saying like, hey, this tape was found so by like whatever character. You don't even have to name the character, but just like it was found here at the school. No one was around. The following transcripts was captured in real time, however long ago, and have the entire story almost exactly play out as it does, because you can mention, or you can have like everything kind of flow a bit more naturally. Like you can have past tense and present tense broken sentences, because it is all like, you can imagine, it's easier to imagine all of this being said in real time. It'd be a way for like you to kind of like bypass all of like the changing to either past tense or present tense. And it's a more interesting approach to a diary entry story, because again, like as someone who is more traditionally known, or like who like traditionally identifies diary entry stories as something written in a notebook, like the tense switching personally was kind of peeving me. And I guess that's a kind of personal peeve, but just like, I don't know, the potential of it being recorded into like a phone, or like, you know, maybe just like through a vlog or something, but or maybe just an audio recording, and having all of these notes spoken or being spoken in real time just feels really interesting. And like it feels like even more menacing too, because now it's like, because everything was being presented at real time at one point, it's almost a little bit scarier sometimes, because I can't explain it, but yeah, just something worth considering.
You could have fun with that too, with like background noise going on too, like you know, like the person's talking and then like in the background you could hear blah 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 going on. I
agree, yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to go about it, and that actually reminds me of what inspired this piece, but I can talk more about like a bit about that after Tyler gives his critique, because I don't want to take up more time. But yeah, that's an interesting idea. Thank you.
Did you kill Tyler, or is he just not here?
I'm trying to give him the microphone.
I was gonna ask.
You
I'm like,
set
is
the
he
microphone
dead?
down on the couch. You set it down on the couch. That is not giving it to me. First critique: proper microphone handling in a podcast scenario.
I'm drunk. Leave me alone.
Pick it up. All right.
Bite me.
Later. All right. I was there when this piece was written.
Yeah.
Did we have 2 hours to do it or 1?
Not even.
Yeah, she wrote this really quick, by the way, which is very interesting to note. We did it on a Halloween writing jam we had with a friend of mine. So like all this praise you're giving happened in a very short amount of time. Just
That makes it even
never
more
did.
impressive.
But right, that's why
Yeah,
I'm saying it.
genuinely, yeah, that's sweet.
Sing her praises more. All right, good. So firstly, slightly nitpicky on sentence style. Where is it? I can only imagine them hearing the news as they get to work before running out and fighting traffic to get back here and away again. That's long. There's a lot of ands in that. Just something to watch in future writings is using and to continue a sentence. No one is answering in the emergency contact lists. Where is it? Here it is. I've been trying to reach their parents since I heard the news, but no one is answering. I've called everyone on the emergency contact lists. I don't want to think about why that is. That should be reversed. I've called everyone on the emergency contact lists. No one is answering, and I don't want to think about why that is. Should just be like slightly reversed. It'll add more punch that way. It's got a good punch, but it'll do more. End of that paragraph. Had a safe place to hide, but I can't leave these kids. Fucking what? Ditch him. It's the apocalypse. Come home.
Children.
Who cares? They're not mine. Anyways,
Some people care about children, Tyler.
I refuse to believe that. According to the radio, the police are telling everyone to lock their doors and stay inside. So there's not an emergency radio broadcast with instructions as to what to do. The radio is telling us that the police are telling people to do this. Just a slight nitpick on the wording there. Also, it seems like everyone outside the daycare has a lot of knowledge on what's going on. Like the police do, it's the end of the world and stuff like that. And I love that the narrator is kept in the dark. But again, if the outside world knows these things that are going on and it's the end of the world, I don't think anyone's going to be very vague about it. And that's a bit of trouble with the storytelling. So like maybe have the radio or telephone cut out at a key point before she learns what's going on, sort of deal. No children sit quietly while they eat, not even in an apocalypse. And even if there's only 4 of them. You know this. You know this too well, darling. You tell me about your work stories all the time. Green Eyes pulls at my heart. And I noticed this as well as Dean. The sudden switch to present tense really drugged me out. And I like your idea of a radio, or not a radio, audio diary, Dean. Fantastic idea. If she wants to do it, I've got a great recording set up where we will do exactly that. Throw in background noise of children screaming and stuff. Don't know how I'll record that, but we'll find a way. That was a nice nervous laugh. I want to record that. I want to use that as a reaction laugh. Damn.
Oh wow. We've already got it recorded. It's all good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like can we clip that?
It'll be just the noise, or it'll be just the laugh. Nothing else.
I put music on for them and let them go off to cover up how quiet it is. I even dance with them for a bit. It's not natural, like walking suburban streets at midnight. That's a jump. Like, we're dancing with the kids and then suddenly a metaphor about walking suburban streets at midnight. The silence is supposed to be not natural, yes, but we have to specify. We're flouting the Gracian maxim where we have to know what we're talking about context-wise, right? Windows. There's a part about windows in here. All the windows are dark, comma. Toys lay forgotten on well-manicured lawns, left behind when their owners were called inside for dinner and baths. This all rings a little weird for me because we know there's an apocalypse. Why are they being called inside for dinners and baths? That's all. I understand what you're going for there. Just rings weird.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a bad focus when we're, possibly being invaded by Fae or aliens or whatever. God, I love the counting. But damn, did it drag me out of it when we went from FOUR, counting 4, to the number 5. Yeah,
I
that one
also
drove me
made a
out.
note of that. Yeah.
Just pulled me out. You have kids with you and you haven't called the police yet? It's been like how many hours? 5 hours since the apocalypse started and you didn't tell the police there were kids in this building with you? What the hell? You've been waiting that long to call the police? Just saying. I actually didn't notice the 6 count with the 6 new masterpieces in your first reading or in my second reading, so you slipped that one by me. Good work. Hanging up on the police is pretty fucking ballsy, fam. I gotta say, for a childcare worker to hang up on the police just because they're saying something you don't like in an apocalypse, that's ballsy as shit. And I realize these weird fae things are having a mental effect on her and trying to keep her in place. But ballsy. I'm going to go check to see if there, and this is about the candy, when I'm going to check if there is any candy. It's just like you're adding a few extra words in, which is, again, how someone would speak necessarily, but if we're doing it in writing, you might want to trim. Here's the inside joke I was mentioning before. Of course, your answer to a stressful situation is to go look for candy in the kitchen. Because of course it is. Anyone who knows her knows she eats so much candy.
It's valid.
I mean, I guess. I just thought it was funny. And I know, again, we were on a time crunch for this, but suddenly there were so many eyes. Blue eyes, blue eyes, blue eyes, blue eyes. And again, a result of the timing. So if you had more time and we stretched it out a bit more, all those impactful bits would have been divided up and better paced, right? Which is obviously just, again, a subject of how it was written, which, again, fantastic for the time limit. The other thing is with the counting. And I know someone mentioned it before. I'm not sure the exact wording, but I think it'd be really great if the counting was spaced out more and uneven, because we get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 5. Wait a bit. 8. Wait a bit. 6. Wait a bit. 10. Really fuck with it. And like the dread and a little bit of surreal confusion would just be like that much more peaked. Yeah. That's it. It was a good shit. Write more horror. Actually, just write more.
So I wanted to make like just a couple comments on like the eyes. Yeah. I wanted to fit it in, like they noticed I wanted to have her comment on their blue eyes, like have them like crystal clear blue eyes. And then when she was hanging up the self-portraits they did the week before, have the color of the eyes on the self-portraits are different. And that was how she was going to realize that something wasn't right. But again, with the time, I couldn't do it.
Nice.
And I mentioned like the inspiration for this was a writing prompt on Tumblr that prompted somebody to write about there's an asteroid going to crash into the city, and she stayed with the children at the childcare center, and it turns out they were all kids of the superheroes that were stopping the asteroid. And she did it as a recording, like it was recorded on a device, and like it was the transcription of the recording device that she used, and that was the inspiration for this. So yeah, your recording idea actually might work better.
I have read that story as well.
Yes. Anyway, thank you guys for your critiques. I will keep those in mind and listen to this episode of the InkGuild many times. Whose story is next?
Believe it's Lee's.
You deal with your computer.
Okay. So, first of all, I do want to apologize because I did not realize how bad the formatting was on this for the copy that I posted. So I do apologize for all your poor little eyeballs that probably bled reading this.
It was a little hard to read.
Just a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I was like going through it and I was like, wow. Because it was a lot nicer there, and then I converted it a couple of times into like a Word document, then back to a Google Doc. Things went bad. Also, I'm just terrible at formatting. Second of all, context-wise, this isn't like there's no necessary characters in this story. It's more like describing why two very different cultures decided to work together. And it's in a form where I did like almost found footage bits. I don't know the actual writing term for that. And it's literally like bits of two different lectures for these different cultures to explain why we work with these crazy people. So, I apologize because I will mess up reading this. Without further ado, the system as a whole does not know when or why the goblin created and maintained. As with many things in the expanse of space, it just seemed to happen. The wider system only taking note of the phenomenon when orc ships never seemed to falter, break down. Surrounded as they were by clouds of tiny ships, careening into maneuvers that no one sane or wishing to live long would ever attempt. Eventually, it became known that the terrible orcs had taken a people into bondage, forcing them to work on their ships. The system grew to fear the orcs more. The goblins, if they were asked, would disagree, laughing in the faces as if anyone could enslave them. The orcs and the goblins, of course, remember how their system was forged, even if they recall two completely different truths. The Matrodortal, 736, 8th month, 3rd day, 4th room. GT. The orcs, it is said, were in desperation, our first ships quaking and vibrating apart. The stores were dwindling, limiting the ancient orcs' ability to fight. The end of the orc battalions, great armies, was days away, only 10 short years after the first great launched into space, in search of what glory and wealth are for. The ancient orcs, a proud and noble people, had resigned themselves to their fates, with low stores and hopelessness clawing them. There would be no honor or glory for our ancestors. However, in the last 2 weeks that their scarce fuel could afford, the orcs of old came across a strange sight. A gleaming gray station hung in space in front of the fleet. It was charted on no known navicom, and radar was completely certain that the section of space in front of them echoed emptiness. The station seemed not to care much about the radar's information, and hung placidly in front of the derelict ships regardless. The station was nestled deep in the nebulous white and gray dust of an unborn god, a lodestone in a swirling and expanding cloud. Sorry, scrolled down too far. Hanging in a space where it had no right to be, either by known technology. The orcs had found it by chance. There is no other way that they could have stumbled across the well-hidden station. That is not all that our mighty ancestors found. The well-crafted gray and white jewel that hung in space was beset with dark burrs and small, feeble ships. They cut into the beautiful station, swarming around it and shooting off small sparks and flashing lights of a rare battle in swing. The station, however, did not seem to be fighting back. It drifted helpless while it was torn apart, the fast burrs crawling all over the mighty station. Trond, the mightiest of rulers at the time, took in the situation and the alien ships of the ancient orcs, and ordered an assault on this small, distracted ship, hoping to steal what fuel and weapons he could, eking out another few cycles for our ancestors in the void of the station. Trond only briefly considered taking, for it is not the way of an honorable orc to attack those which cannot fight back. So the orcs of old flowed into battle, whether it was to be their last or to snatch them from the grips of space. They did not know. Regardless, they went, knowing if they were to die, it would be a good death, wielding some of the first exosuits and piloting failing ships that had sailed so far for these seekers of our ancestors launched into battle. First, the ships glided in, propelled in their flight by the launching of many exosuits off the tail of the ship. Trond did not wish to waste what precious food was to be had. The exosuits, first gifted to our people in the hands of gracious mermaids and remade, formed up and advanced towards the ship circling the station. Meg latching on and then began digging into their hulls. Careful to keep the ship intact as Tron ordered, the crews of the doomed ship turned on the hulking ships like parasites, working to sting and destabilize them. Before they fell, the crews had cut and stung our mighty ships, disabling all but 3. Still they fell, though the victory was a hollow one for Trond. The main body of his fleet floated adrift in space, hanging around the spluttering and fleet that still, through the fortunes of remained functional. It was a bleak picture. Trond had lost too many ships and forces, even after all the floating burrs had been removed and taken in to be woven anew into the York ships. Trond stood on his vessel, watching his warriors and checking with his quartermasters. It is said that he paced the ships. The whir and kiss and clicks of his armor preceded him as he frantically counted his resources. It was an ill fate that so many ships had been wrecked, stranding the orcs in unknown seas. Trond turned and regarded the station. In desperation, the evil thought of abandoning the search for glory entered his head. There was, after all, a station. His remaining warriors could inhabit. His warriors would rave and protest, but would bow to him, for Trond was their leader. Trond thought as he looked at the jewel floating in the body of a god that and evil festered in his mind. Trond almost made the evil call to take the station and so abandon the ways of our people, when a message arrived on the ship. It was a strange message, very fast and full of words no orc then or now knows, but the intent was clear. The people of the station, now called goblins, were kind and overly enthusiastic with their gratitude for the people that had saved them. The great leader, Kabim, offered to fix the ships and make anew the wrecks that hung suspended around the station in thanks. Trond, ashamed at his momentary cowardice and greed, apologizing many times for the evil thought of taking these peoples home. Trond offered in return friendships of the orcs, then, now, and into all futures of our. The goblins and the orcs agreed. The orcs would protect the shining jewel of the goblin home, the goblet of creation, and expect protection in the wide galaxy from others that may bring violence to the goblin who did not fight, and from a mighty being called the SOP, which we have never encountered but expect to face one day. In turn, goblins would maintain ships and supply. Never would an orc be stranded without a goblin to aid them, and never would a goblin fight without orcs to back them. It was agreed, and our people have lived as such from the times of Trond. We keep our promises as we seek glory and honor among the birthplace of the gods. Orcs, do not forget the debt we owe the goblin people who saved our people in our very infancy. The goblins, of course, have their own version of the one with considerably more cursing. The Goblet of Creation. Lecture 185 minus FYX to the power of 9. Orc-Goblin Relations 101. The goblins were plainly fucked. Nope, shut up. It's true. For all of their great learning and skills with spacecraft and travel, and their learning of all the thingamabops and Sally Riders and the Doofenshmonkers, the ancient goblins were kind of idiots. You see, they had always been focusing on the creation of better fuel and more efficient Indians, on creating bobblygoops and fish handles, and the like, that they never created weapons. Now, good old Gobby is kept right tight and snuggled up to the god dust, yeah? It keeps us from being seen. Right fucks any of the beeper eyes that search for anything. But as we all know, that does jack shit if someone actually manages to sail up to it. Which, incidentally, is just what a group of wandering pirates did one day. And well, we had no weapons, and not a single idea how to defend ourselves. Sure, we are great with throwing. Then, goblets did not build weapons. We had no reason to. We never needed them. We had built a nifty little hidden place. It's not like anyone would sail out to this lonely part of the galaxy carefully created to be out of safe travel range. So when they did, we were caught with our axes out to the merciless void. Now these malicious fools set straight to trying to pry old Gabi apart. It was harder than they thought. Even then, we built things a great deal better than the slow
Lee,
working SOP allowed, and these bobble-headed dirt flies to build. Yes. Hello?
sorry to interrupt, but I was noticing around, or I was listening in, and it kind of appeared a bit choppy around. Sure, we are great at throwing together a people popper. Do you mind starting back there?
Yeah, I
Sure.
was about to say you had a little cutout that didn't fix itself like usual.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry to ruin the momentum, but I just wanted
Oh,
to...
no. I would rather have a smooth reading than one with like holes in it.
Okay.
So start at sure we are great at throwing together?
Yeah.
Sure. We are great at throwing together a people popper or a ship's needle and such like now. But then goblins did not build weapons. We had no reason to. We never needed them. We had built a nifty little hidden place. It's not like anyone would sail out to this lonely part of the galaxy, carefully created to be out of safe travel range. So when they did, we were caught with our asses out in the merciless void. Now these malicious fools set straight to trying to pry old Gabi apart. It was harder than they thought. Even then, we built things a great deal better than the slow-working SOP allows. These bobble-headed dirt flies to build. But we had no weapons and watched as they started to tear our dear old home apart. At first, we offered them engines and to fix their ships, sending them on their way. We thought it would be worth enough that they would just leave. But they took it as an invitation. Here, they thought, why take a few bits and bobs these people can spare when instead you can take it all in the station beside? Not that the dull little bobbleheads could ever figure out how most of it worked anyway. Lacking anything that we could actually do, we watched and listened, and felt the shudders of Gabi as they started to carve around. Many of us were lost to space, and the Grand Deme at the time, Dr. Kaboom, wept for he had no ship to leave. Dedicated as we were to our experimentation, most of them had been cannibalized or were TBR, and we did not have time to weave the new ones. I'm telling you, students, we and dear old Gabi, our home, fucked. As we watched, Gabi was torn apart, groaning and quaking under the pressure. When great hulking ships glided lazily up to our hidden station home. Well, of course, this is when every one of the doctors and teachers there looked at each other and thought, this was truly the end of us. This was probably the ships that hauls what could be carved off of our Gabi away. That's when the big ships sailed towards the fuel guzzlers and tore them apart, cutting through the fuel guzzlers that had torn into us as easily as slipping on keepers' peepers. Some with exosuits and others with real ballistic weapons. It was a glorious battle, full of scrap and explosions and enough interesting side effects that the dean, dear old Kaboom, was able to write his thesis on the use of ballistics in space the next month. The ballistic department is still trying to see if any of the effects recorded can be replicated, which brings some of it into question. But it was very exciting anyway. And then, as quick as it began, it ended. The hulking ships hung around our station, probably counting the spoils of the battle, for they had collected many resources. It was then that Kaboom realized that some thanks and much groveling was. So he sent a message offering the hulking ships what we had offered the greedy fuel guzzlers. The ships lurked menacingly for a tick before they accepted eagerly. They even apologized for almost hitting us with weapons many times and then thanked us. These mighty steadfast warriors thanked us for the gratitude that we gave them for fixing their ships, which sounds ridiculous now, but wait until you meet one of the polite bastards. Now, we goblins can be many things, but never let it be said that we shirk our duty. The orcs' gratitude, ill-earned from us, made old Kaboom right obstinate. For the orcs had no reason to be grateful. They saved us. We simply were showing our gratitude, and them showing gratitude for our gratitude is no way to clear a debt. So Kaboom, in his ever bullheadedness, doubled down and decided to give them a gift fit for their gratitude, and even the scales. With this in mind, Kaboom went to find the dean of the hulking ships and offered him to not only fix their ships with new engines, but to build them up from base using our fuel technology and manufacturing, which is superior to all the SOP following bobbleheads in space. Tron said that they could not accept such a gift. He and his were still hung up about almost hitting our home in the battle, which, for an orc, would damage their honor, which is really a fascinating subject for another lecture. Honor for an orc is very important. It's like a long life thesis defense. Wise Kaboom answered the orc's protest sharply by asking, "But did you hit us?" And then he moved on with the plan before the methodical and steady people could do anything about it. Goblins swarmed the orc people orcs are. The thoughtful orcs had even made things easier by scrapping and breaking their own ships to the point where we could work around up from the bones of their ships as soon as they saw we were set to show them our gratitude. It took months. And what a beautiful challenge it was. The ships broke, and then they broke, and then they broke again.
Lee?
It was yes?
Sorry, just
No.
yeah, sorry again. It was kind of cutting in between, or it was kind of cutting in between when you started Goblins swarmed the orc ships.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, Fox Lake internet is a hell of a time. I apologize that this is taking so long. Goblins swarmed the orc ships, building them up, and so our people got to know the strange, steady people that the orcs are. The thoughtful orcs had even made things easier by scrapping and breaking their own ships to a point where they could work up, wasting no time to scuttle vessels so we could build them from the bones of their ships. As soon as they saw, we were set to show them our gratitude. It took months, and what a beautiful challenge it was. The ships broke, and then they broke, and then they broke again. It was as if the things had not seen proper maintenance in their whole lives. The orcs, with their thoughtful and kind nature, let our ancestors attempt whatever they wished in order to create better ships. Never has any other group given us free range like that. As you know, most other groups are beholden to the great beast that constrains the mind and stops innovation, the SOP. But the orcs, with their calm and keen minds, let us create ships. And what ships we created for the mighty warriors that saved our home. These ships still serve as troll hub ships. Trolls, for the wide-eyed in the audience, are a type of orc that will be covered later. During the last stages of fabrication, our old alumni were starting to get nervous. The orcs were going to leave soon, and with them, the protection they offered. So Kaboom, after submitting his groundbreaking thesis on ballistics in space, went to Tron. Kaboom asked Tron if he would stay with the station and guard it for us after we fixed their ships, but the deliberate orc refused. You see, orcs are a restless group. They can never stay in one place for long, always on the quest for elusive glory and honor, and there was no longer any to be found by our rebuilt and repaired Gabe. The goblins, of course, were sad to see such ships go. Kaboom was an anxiety-riddled puddle of a dean at the thought of the orc ships leaving. In a fit of a brained panic, even offered Trond and a few of his board probationary tenure. Inconceivably, the orcs refused. So Kaboom, in a panic, offered them a deal. Goblins would go with him, fix orc ships, design new ones, and perform what experiments were reasonably non-explosive. If only the orcs would make sure that the Goblet of Creation was safe. Tron agreed. And ever since we've worked with and for the mighty orcs, keeping them and their ships alive. They trust us and never once thought of taking their own engines back into their keeping. We must never forget the people who saved us and continue to help us in defending our home. And so the two cultures circle each other endlessly, so convinced in the majesty of the other that they fail to examine their own. The story repeats. Goblins saving orcs, saving goblins, saving orcs. To see one is to see the other, even in the most extreme case. In a passive-aggressive kindness competition, petty enough to shake the whole system. From this sisterhood of our people, from this sisterhood of our peoples, our greatest legends and ways are born. The Grimms, the Searchers, great warriors, clever builders, and SOPers. This, however, is the only story that the two sister cultures agree on. This is a story of the troll in the first Greece. Matador, 376th Field Attack, Lorekeeper Glorison O, second of the line.
Woo!
Thank you. So I realized that I'd made quick edits that I didn't catch when I read it aloud. Sorry. But I hope you enjoyed it. But with that, I believe, Alex, you are the first commentator?
Yes, I can do that. So I did enjoy reading this story, but I liked it even better listening to you read it, even with all the like cutting in and out. Like there were lots of things when you like said something that clarified places that gave me confusion while reading through it. As for your questions, your first question was, did I write the story in an understandable manner? I found like the biggest issue was like the structure, obviously. Just like the one big paragraph was very difficult to read, but you've already addressed that. So,
yes. Sorry, friends.
Yeah, there were a few like weird sentences, like the way you've written them. Sometimes it feels very fragmented and such.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I noticed is that there's like a lot of like repetition. Like for example, in the orc story, the whole part where they're like introducing the goblin station, I felt like you were saying the same thing over and over again over the course of like 5 or 6 sentences that I really feel could have been condensed into like 2. Like it just felt like you were saying the same thing over and over a lot. You also mentioned like the stores were dwindling, the orcs had low stores, there's low stores. And with the goblins, it was they had no weapons. Goblins didn't build weapons. We didn't have any weapons, so we couldn't do anything. And I just felt like you were repeating that over and over again to the point where I was just kind of like, yeah, I get it. They can't do anything. So there were a few things like that.
I feel like, sorry.
Yeah, there's just a few things like that I noticed that kind of like slowed the pacing and kind of pulled me out of the story a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like that's a fault caused by me editing and without like. But I will definitely write that down to take them out.
Yeah, like there's lots of information in there, but I do feel like in a lot of places it can be condensed nicely, and that will help the pacing a lot. Your second question, were the narrator voices in both stories distinct enough? I thought they were. I thought like the orcs and the goblins had very different voices, and they were both very fun. Like the orcs were very like, I guess like professional and like, I want to say like noble almost.
So I don't know what I was expecting, thinking a 4-hour recording would go pretty smoothly, but about this time the recording my Wi-Fi had just been completely awful and disconnected me. I think it disconnected Alex. I think it also disconnected a few of other people in the call. So this next bit is the aftermath of that when we eventually all reconnected. There's your context. Sorry for the sudden confusion, but there you go.
Happening.
Dean's back.
Hi. Lee.
Are we back?
Oh,
Hello? Hello?
Oh, no.
God, we've been purged.
Well, that was
What
fun.
do you mean purged?
Just some of us have been kicked off the call. This is not the first time that's happened.
I literally thought it was the Fox Lake internet.
What was that?
I thought when you said purged, I thought you meant that the entire recording was gone.
Oh no, the recording's fine. It caught Alex disconnecting and then just the entire thing going blank.
I didn't disconnect though.
You did.
I did.
It
Yeah, that's the
disconnected
thing.
me.
It's stopped.
Okay.
I definitely disconnected
All right. So
as
what
well.
was the last part the recording caught then?
Alex was talking about how like the orcs were almost like noble-ish, and then just
Okay. Yes, I was saying. Yeah. Are you recording again? Can I go again?
yes, it is good. Oh fuck, I lost my D4.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So I'm good. Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
How will you stab people with daggers?
But yes, I was saying the orcs had like a very like professional and almost noble kind of sound to like the way their story was told, whereas the goblins were a lot more fun and had like lots of fun like made up words and stuff. Also the swearing. I didn't mention this last time, but yes, the beginning of the goblin story, like the goblins were plainly fucked. No, shut up. It's true. That's so fun. That was a great way to start it. And I was immediately like interested in hearing their side of the story. And then, yeah, and I thought reading the two accounts said a lot about the two groups and how they like pass down their story through the generations and how they kind of view each other and how other people view each other. Because I noticed in the beginning, you mentioned eventually it became known that the terrible orcs had taken people into bondage, which kind of paints the I guess the person who's presenting these two stories has like one view of the orcs. Then we get like the orcs' view of themselves, which is very different from that. And then the goblin view of the orcs, which is different from both of those. So I thought that was really good for like world building in this world. Yes, and your fourth question was, this is serving as a sort of prologue to further writing about these two groups of people. Does it serve as an interesting beginning? I was kind of curious, like, what the further writing would be, because the vibe I kind of got from this is like an anthology kind of thing. And if that's the case, then I think that starting off with the beginning of how they met and how they kind of began to like work together was a good way to start it off. If you want to go for, I don't know like what your plans are for it. So if that's what you're going for, I would say yes, it works. Otherwise, I'd want to know what your plans are to continue to know if it works as the beginning that you want it to, if that makes sense.
Okay. The plans going forward, and I don't want to take too much time on this because we have one more story to read and more comments to listen to. The main friction in the story that this is a prelude to is almost the cultural disconnect between these two groups of people. Because like one of the main characters is a goblin, one of them is an orc, so I wanted to do something that showed how very vastly different they are, even if they do live and inhabit the same spaces.
Okay, so is it planned to be like a novel type story then?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's
More
turning
like
into one.
3
It
novels.
was supposed to be a short story, but like it's bad.
Yeah, listen, I get that. I do the same thing. Okay, so that's interesting. In that case, I do think it could work. It'd just be like, you'd have to find a way to like work it in to like make sense, because otherwise I feel like it would be kind of disconnected. But yeah, and then your last question was the narrative voice. I did like the way it was presented as an anthology. I kind of wanted the lore keeper to do more, if that makes sense. Sometimes I had a hard time telling who was talking. Like you have at the end of the orc story, you have the goblins, of course, have their own version of the tale. I assumed that was the lore keeper interjecting, but it wasn't super clear. And then your last two paragraphs, you have, and so the two cultures circle each other endlessly, which feels like an outside perspective, but then you say from this sisterhood of our peoples, which felt like I was back in the lecture. So that was a little unclear. And then kind of back to your like repetition and stuff, I also noticed there was a lot of times where like you had mentioned the dean and like you would reference like his name and his title at the same time, or you would be like our home Gobby a lot, and things like that. And I felt like you could cut out a lot of that, especially because presumably this lecture is by a goblin to goblins. So I feel like the people in question would already know that. And so I feel like you could like cut out any of those clarifications within the story itself. And then if you feel like something is confusing, you have like a lore keeper character who can be like in just like in like an annotation or whatever, just being like, just so you know, this
little
refers to
footnote.
X. Yeah. And I feel like you could have a lot of fun having like a lore keeper work as kind of like an editor in an anthology kind of thing, just like clarifying anything that might be confusing. And then that way you don't have to worry about over explaining within the actual like lectures, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall I did enjoy it a lot, and I thought it was a really interesting look into this world and the two like groups of people and how they connect. Yeah, and I would definitely look forward to reading more.
Thank you so much for the feedback. I need to scroll up to see who's the next commentator is, but I believe that is you, Gabe.
It is me. You would be right in saying that. That would be the correct. I am the next one.
Delightful.
Who is speaking? I did think that you wrote the story in an understandable manner. I understood what was happening, so that did it. It was understandable. I did enjoy reading the two different accounts. It was good, and I liked that one of them was called Dr. Kaboom. That was good. I may have had a little bit of a drink in between when I went on mute and when I didn't. I don't know if that's clear.
That's all good.
I think you're
I'm
you're
down
fine.
for drunk,
I think
honest
you're fine.
opinions.
Does it serve as an interesting beginning? Yeah. I think it does. I don't know if I have a ton of super in-depth thoughts about this one. It was just this is really solid, and I like the two sides, and I would read more of this. I like orcs. That's my I like orcs.
Amazing.
I like them too.
But do you like goblins?
I'm lukewarm on goblins.
What the fuck?
That's fair.
How
They're
dare
creative.
you?
They are chaotic, guys.
As Dr.
that's it for
Kaboom,
me.
yes, I can confirm.
Who's next after me? It is
After
Lee. Lee, you're next.
Gabe,
Lee,
yeah.
what is your
I
critique?
think that my story is amazing and that everyone should read it. Also, I need to edit and reformat it. Moving on to the next person. Marie-Soleil.
Me. Okay. I liked it. It made like words. Let's look at your questions.
They're hard. Life is hard. Words are worse.
It's so hard. So did you write the story in an understandable manner? Yes. I understood it. It made a lot of sense to me. The separate parts of it actually, like, they were well written, and you could tell they're telling the same story from different point of views. I kind of want to hear this story from like a complete outsider's point of view, like from a historical point of view. I've researched
the
this, and
pirates?
this is what I've known. Or from the pirates. That would be, that'd be interesting. Yeah, the narrator voices very distinct. Even like the spelling of the names, the goblin spelled Kaboom differently from how the orc spelled his name, and it works.
Tron.
And Tron, yes, and it worked very well. As you can, I hope you can tell. You can tell that I enjoyed reading the two different accounts. Prologue. This does it serve as an interesting beginning? I think yes. I feel like I'm sitting in a, like, when I was for both parts, I feel like I'd be sitting in lecture halls hearing about the history from the orcs and from the goblins as like a little university student. It's kind of a vibe I got from it, and I feel like it does serve as an interesting beginning. depending on what the beginning is for. And I like the narrator's voice. I can't think of anything that I really had to critique on this personally. And I know that's probably not very helpful.
I like the reason I write things is so people can enjoy them. So this is very nice. Thank you very much.
Oh, good. And okay, then I guess it goes to Dean.
Yeah. I really like this. This was certainly not what I was expecting when I came into this piece, but I think after, I guess to kind of answer like the first question, yes. I certainly kind of got the flow of it once I got going, because I was a little bit, not gonna lie, because I am like kind of more used to, you know, stories that like have central characters. It was kind of hard for me to kind of invest in everything right away. Like ultimately you kind of carried like a lot of what was said already, like, you know, how these two kind of civilizations behave and like act around each other and whatnot. Like it's certainly something that like it doesn't really, like, for me, like I'm speaking for me, like it's certainly something that I had to kind of buy into, but ultimately though, when I did kind of get into it, it was good. It was really good. So yes, I thought that you wrote the story pretty understandably. It was obvious that there were two narrators kind of, or like there were two ways of like presenting said information. So I guess to kind of go into question number 2, yes, they definitely were. Be it through the presentation of each one. So, you know, like Alex said, they had mentioned that like, you know, with the orc story, it was very collected, very composed. It almost like it for me the entire time that I was thinking of this, I was it was feeling like I was reading this from like a Fallout data terminal or some kind of thing like that. Yeah, like it was me reading up on backstory for a larger thing, which is great. Like again, once I kind of understood what was going on, really nice way of presenting it. And then in a complete opposite shift too, like with the goblins point of view, like having that be a lecture was really nice. Like there's both a style difference between the two and substance between the two, which is distinct enough that like both parts are very enjoyable. So yeah, that kind of answers question number 3. I really did enjoy reading the two parts. As a prologue, yes, I think it does serve as a very interesting beginning. Like I think how, like I was a bit like nitpicky when I was looking through the sentences, and I realized that like, you know, maybe there are some that could be shortened down or some that can't be, but like that is again a very technical thing. In terms of just the content, just the pure content, it definitely serves as very interesting points to kind of delve into like its own world of characters. Like if you're going to start writing in characters' perspective, which I mean, I'm not sure if you're planning to do that. However, like there are so many like ways now that you can do that, because you've opened up 2 different perspectives of 2 different groups, not 2 different characters, but different groups. And that allows you to explore like fresh goblin students' perspective, or like orc scientists or something. Like there is so many different directions that you can go with this. And as a beginning, it's great. I guess finally to answer the narrative voices, I think I've already stated it, but yeah, I really do enjoy the fact that they're both like really different. Overall, it doesn't feel out of place when the orcs switch over, or when the content switches from the orcs perspective to the goblins perspective. There's a very natural like segue into it, but yet that still doesn't feel unnatural, if that makes any sense. Like it's suddenly like,
yeah,
you know, you're switching from one story to another. There's a segue here. It's like that doesn't really feel like something out of the ordinary. It doesn't feel like something that you would be like, wait, why is there a segue here if there's suddenly going to be a whole new perspective from a different civilization? It works really well because it transitions naturally into the other perspective, if that makes any sense. So yeah, really good stuff. I really like this.
Awesome, I'm glad. And then Tyler, I believe you are last, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I don't know if I'm the best. I'm the person with like the most knowledge about the story, which is always fun. So if I remember correctly, this is Mersha's son, right? We were talking about that?
Yes.
Which brings up an interesting point that I believe Alex said, which we may want to review, which is the beginning there, is the terrible orcs had taken a people into bondage. I know that's supposed to be like mildly sarcastic. But
it
Alex
does not
is right.
come across,
It
and
comes
I
off as
did break
direct,
it
and
down.
we need to change that just a bit, I think. Context, everybody. The lore keeper who is reading all of this is an orc who is the son of the main character, right?
Yes.
Yes. Which we get into obviously after this prologue. Which brings me to the characterization of our dear lore keeper boy here. Is he Sev's son as well, or was this from someone else?
I'm pretty sure it's Sev's. I honestly did not plan that far ahead.
Because that'd be kind of really interesting to be telling his parents' story that way. Just saying, just a side thought. That being said, let's talk specifics. Careful dropping out of the lore keeper's narrative voice too early. You set the tone very well with the system as a whole does not know why the goblins and the orcs created and maintained alliances. It just seemed to happen. Comes really quickly. It seems like you brush off the bit of epic you were trying to inspire with the first statement.
Because epic writing's hard.
Epic writing is hard. I know it is. I know it is. I know you're a goblin at Hartley. And it's fantastic. The goblins, if they were to be asked, would disagree, laughing in the faces of the galaxy. We've talked about this, Lee. We've talked about this.
Hey, literally every other galaxy was taken out.
Every other galaxy, I think we should leave them in. For those that don't know, me and Lee are writing in the same setting. It is a combined setting called the Mythic Cosmos, which is what my piece is also in. It takes place within our own solar system. And we're thinking of including a joke where everybody just says, hey, like we're the best pirates in the galaxy, but they actually only inhabit one solar system as like a minor inside joke. So we'll talk on that. Me and you didn't talk about the numerical system for the lesson bits here, the 763.8.34. Did you steal that from somewhere? Is that military? I don't know.
Yes, I stole that from the progression of military modules in GT or general training.
Good. Love it. Keep that up. It's great that I don't know because it's very fun. Literally my question for that was what the fuck do the numbers mean, but I'm glad. Mentioning the stores, the repetitiveness has already been mentioned. One thing I noted was, is it days or weeks that the orcs have left? The end of the great armies was days away, only 10 short years since the great fleets. But a few lines later, however, in the last 2 weeks that their scarce fuel could afford them. I'm uncertain on timing. Orcs are very meticulous and would probably keep pretty good records. So we might want to like tighten that up into like a number of hours remaining and then keep that consistent. I think that might add a bit more to the orc voice. Just because of, again, the military culture and meticulousness. Love the imagery of the nebulae of an unborn god. We're keeping that. Keep that. Definitely keep that. It's fantastic. A lot of what I've said has actually already been said. Damn you all. I was hoping to give Lee the ringer, and you've all done it for me.
Huzzah.
I like the exosuits ship push. However, I think it needs to be just slightly reworded because I had to reread it like 2 or 3 times to understand what exactly was going on. Just because like the imagery of people jumping off the back of a spaceship, being able to push the ship forward, maybe a reword or read check of that scene, just because it's like it's one quick line, and I think it could be expanded upon as well as more detailed because that's a very interesting tactic. Getting out and pushing because you're out of gas is really neat in a space setting.
No friction.
No friction. That being said, you use ships a lot, and I notice you use vessels quite a bit later. Ships, craft, vessels, give them names maybe. These are like the first orc ships. Their names would probably be well recognized, just for lore building and stuff like that, and to keep from saying ship. One nitty bitty there. Another note on word repetition is Tron's thoughts are evil.
Yep.
In desperation, the evil thought, Tron would leave you floating, and the evil festered in his mind, made the evil call. You use cowardice later, and cowardice is fantastic. Cowardice, dishonorable, any of these things, just replace a little bit of the evil there, and it won't be so harsh in that section. I love the shudders of Gabe. That resonates with me for some reason. I know you're a creative insulter, Lee. I want you to call these little space pirates some really uncouth shit more than fuel guzzlers. I want you to call them motherfuckers. Personally. A lot.
Yeah.
Wait till you meet one of the polite bastards is still fucking hilarious given the situation. In the section talking about goblins building up the orc vessels, you do say build up a lot. There is a lot of build up.
Yes.
Ha ha ha. Get it? Trolls are a subject you will cover later, you fucking troll. God, that was funny. The main character of the upcoming story is a troll, which is why it's so fucking funny, Lee. How fucking dare you? God, that's so meta. I love it.
And we also cover honor later. Just saying.
We also cover honor later. It was very good. And so, like, again, using my meta knowledge, serving as the prologue, I still think this is a fantastic prologue because it sprinkles in so many of the details you already plan to work with. It's great. One thing I believe we have talked about, and I'm going to say it again, is consider dropping these into quotation marks. And I've thought of a thought to take it even further. Everyone knows the scene in, I believe it's episode 3 of Star Wars, where all the councilmen of the Master's Council are sitting around and a few of them are holograph projected in. Now, we haven't discussed holograms properly in system mechanics, but something like the lore keeper is watching this on a vid screen of some form, and that way you can drop it fully into narration of the lecture because he's now watching the lecture. He can describe the teacher pacing around or standing at strict attention, and then you can get a lot more of that evocative feel, at least with the goblins especially. The goblins were plainly fucked. A student began to raise their hand. No, shut up, it's true. And then you can quote a lot more. I think it would add a bit more punchiness to it. And would allow for you to extend the piece a little further and even add more characterizations, because then you can describe the lecture hall of the orcs, which is probably a strict, no-nonsense military classroom, as opposed to the lecture hall of the goblins, which is either a storage closet or a grand operating room, whatever the case may be.
Could be both.
Could be both. There are so many rooms on that station, and who has the original blueprint? Fucking no one. We've made so many alterations. Let's go with questions. I'll sit the first one out because obviously the story is understandable to me. Number 2 and 3 are kind of mixed for me. I think our dear lore keeper needs a little bit more differentiation because he is an orc. Yeah, it's a tough line with him because you want to write in a very similar style to the orc style, but also give it its own flavor. And I think leading into point 3, I always have loved how the goblins read, because they read kind of like you speak, which is absolutely fantastic still. However, I think you should lean more into the epic and military style for the orcs. And I know the epic style is tough, and you've been trying to imitate the Iliad, I believe. Yes.
Yep.
And that's tough. We've talked about how fucking tough that is. But if you lean into that a little harder, the differentiation between the two will be even more distinct. And then you can differentiate the lore keeper more by making him just a bit more casual than full on Iliad, which he already kind of is. And that would help the differentiation a lot more. Even if you changed like a little bit of the language to use more epic descriptors of some form, or lean harder into the military and make it more no nonsense and less poetic, like that's your playground, right? Whichever way you want to take it, because the orcs are both dramatic to some extent and also heavily militant and no nonsense. Still think this is the perfect intro. No better choice. And yeah, I'm going to go and read all the pages you've written since the last time. And I hope
good luck.
that your next, good luck indeed to me. And I hope that the next couple of weeks off, you're going to write even fucking more for me.
Just promise not to read anything after page 49. Man, it's all just a wreck.
No promises. No promises. I love reading your uninhibited word vomit.
Thank you all for reading. But I believe, Tyler, before you go and read the rest of my word vomit, that you have something to read for us.
Huh? That's not true.
Yeah, show us the other face of this universe. Oh, well, he's gone. I'll just read it for us dramatically and poorly.
Did he
then.
actually leave? Oh my goodness.
We
Go
want
show us
hunger.
the other side of this universe, man.
Show us hunger.
Those hunger.
All right. Fine. Okay, so I guess I'm next. Well, thank you, Lee, for that. It's a great intro into our shared setting here because you also do a lot better exposition than me because I don't give a fuck. You don't get to know my setting. That's terribly sorry. I'm kind of mean to my readers. I've noticed. It's great.
I'll spill all your secrets.
Go ahead. It's fine. That's fine. So this is Hunger by Florence and the Machine. At 17, I started to starve myself. I thought that love was a kind of emptiness.
There's a copyright bleep.
Huh? No, Florence loves me. It's fine.
Sure.
It's a cover. It's a parody. Sorry, it's a parody. It's under Pastiche Laws. All right. I've been saving that joke this entire podcast. I couldn't wait any longer. Hunger by me. Intro. What's the fuss about, Chris? The captain asked, rubbing sleep from his eyes as he stepped from the galley into the small Navin comms alcove, lovingly referred to as the closet. Chris Ipis, communication specialist and secondary navigator, motioned to the display in front of him. A grid of interlocking green lines, denoted by numbers and letters, showed the information provided by the front-facing radar. There was a small cluster of green pixels a few millimeters to the left of the center crosshair. Captain Atreus blinked once, twice, then rubbed his eyes to make sure he actually cleared away all the sleep on the first go. But the green speck persisted. Asteroid? He asked absently, then waved a dismissive hand before Chris could speak, cutting him off. He knew the answer. Asteroids are in constant motion, and given the linear course of the Oresteia, no such space rock would be so stationary on their trajectory. How long do you think? He asked, doing a few quick calculations himself. 30 hours at current, provided they aren't moving, Chris said, in his light and airy tone, having already run the math before waking the captain. Aaron didn't like the way his secondary said they, as if the outcome were predetermined already that the thing in their path had some form of sentience. The captain stared at the display again for a moment, as if he could will the spot to move out of their way simply by looking hard enough. Again, the pixels maintained their infuriating stillness. Then it dawned on him, and all the remaining tiredness flushed from his mind in an instant. Shit. That's right at Flipstart, isn't it? Chris nodded in response. The two shared a tense, quiet moment. Then, sighing heavily, the captain turned from the alcove, hiding his face. Why couldn't this just be an easy run, he thought, fear gnawing the back of his mind. I'm already late on this delivery, and I don't know how much longer Tantalus will even keep me on the books. I'll wake everyone up, he said after a little more silence. Get some coffee on, would you? We'll need it. There's one more thing, Aaron, said Chris, halting the other man mid-step, and he held up his padded headset for the captain to take. Hesitating at the closet's threshold, Aaron turned back and grabbed the worn earmuff headphones. Chris avoided the captain's questioning glance and turned a dial on the controls to increase the equipment's gain. The captain put one earphone to the side of his head and listened. There was a faint static interference on the other end, a slight warble of distortion from the increased sensitivity, a moment of clarity. Then he heard it, quiet as if being heard from another room, barely perceptible behind the static. Someone was humming. Chapter 1. The gentle buzz of comm static woke her before the captain had even begun to speak. The softly blinking yellow light of the speaker flared like a sun across her still-closed eyelids. There's no way it's uptime, she thought to herself. At least give me a full slip before I have to flip this oversized space dildo. All hands to the galley. Aaron's voice came through the small PA, curt and to the point. Everyone get up here quick. As the comm shut off and the little light winked out, Elle rolled over on her cot. The single soft comforter provided little warmth, though she didn't need any more. She'd made sure the Orestea's heat distribution system was up to snuff before they left Jupiter. No one liked a cold ship, after all. The pillows lay strewn about her small cabin, along with several empty bottles of some nameless station-brewed beer and a journal haphazardly laying face down on the desk, nearly unused. She swung her feet down under the thin carpet, one hand reaching through the dark in a well-practiced motion. She need not even look for the light switch anymore. A couple thousand hours living in one room would do that. The snow-white diodes in the roof of her cabin ignited without sound. She kept her eyes shut hard to avoid the blinding brightness. It always took her a minute to adjust to the hard electric light, though she'd used that excuse too many times with Aaron to consider stealing another minute of sleep before the muster. Besides, there had been something different in the captain's voice. Of the 2 runs she'd done aboard the Oresteia, he'd never sounded quite so tense. He was usually rather kind, even with her tardiness, never even threatening to dock her pay like the previous dozen bosses she'd had. She shook her head to clear the fuzz of sleep. Maybe it was just impending annoyance of the flip playing on him. At length, she eased her eyelids open, allowing the searing white suns to pierce her retinas. She'd requested the use of old fluorescent bulbs for her room, but Aaron claimed that would cost too much. Not to mention they'd have to haul the replacements for when they eventually went out. With a few tears brimming her waterline, Elle pulled herself from the cot and across the cabin to the in-suite washroom. She splashed cool water across her face and felt the last of sleep drip away into the sink. The mirror showed her the face of a young woman in her early 70s, dark hair disheveled, with a casting of freckles across olive skin, the blemish of a new pimple forming at her chin, which she quickly attempted to scratch away. Phil always claimed they descended from some place called Greece, but Elle had no idea where that was. Sighing at the now red bump forming on her face, Elle elected to stop picking lest she make it worse. After a quick brush, hair tie, and the definding of a discarded, oily orange coverall, she was ready for muster. The ladder chute in the corner of her room was a claustrophobe's nightmare. A 30-foot linear tube, 3 feet in diameter, with only gentle blue diodes on each rung to light the way. Absently, she wondered if she could get the lights in her room replaced with these blue ones. They seemed a lot less harsh. The hatch that led from her ladder to the common room was securely fastened, locked to her fingerprint for the duration of the journey. She heard muffled voices on the other side and the gentle clink of a glass. Steeling herself for another retina searing, she pressed her thumb to the sensor pad. The faint hiss of a small hydraulic accompanied the slow rise that was effectively her bedroom door, and she clambered out into the warm yellow light of the galley. As she stood, the voices of her crewmates stopped, and 4 pairs of eyes focused on her. The largest single room aboard the Oresteia, the galley served as a meeting place, an exercise room, kitchen, and dining room, all in one. The equipment of its various functions stored neatly in large wall panels that adorned the sides of the circular room, lit by a star field of yellow diodes. Occupying a quarter of the circle was the closet, where navigation and communication devices blinked in a variety of colors and patterns seemingly at random. Currently, a table had been extended upwards from the center of the floor between 6 equidistant crew hatches, with 5 chairs placed around it, only one of which was unoccupied. "No, you cannot get fluorescent lights," the captain said, by way of greeting, his lips forming a hard line, without hint of a smile. Phil snorted as he brought a cup of coffee, still slightly steaming, to his lips. Theo cackled at the jest, slapping a hand on the table in excitement, despite the fact that the captain had greeted her this way no less than 100 times since she joined the crew. Elle noted that despite the casualness of the greeting, the captain seemed to only say it as a reflex. There was no mirth or true derision in it, and Chris looked even paler than usual, missing the chance to add in an additional jape at her expense. Deciding that now did not seem like the moment to talk back to her superior, Elle took her seat and asked, "What's the issue, Cap? I thought you were going to give us all at least 10 more down before we had to flip." "I was," Aaron said by way of an answer. Then, after a pause, he poured some coffee from a silver decanter into her favorite mug. It had a caricature of what Phil had taught her was a dog, covered in oil splotches and holding a wrench in its mouth. Their parents had bought it for her when she'd gotten her aerospace engineering degree. He placed the cup in front of her, and she took it up immediately, craving the caffeine clarity she was surely going to need in the next few moments. "About an hour ago," the captain started, "Chris woke me up to show me something on the forward radar." He pressed a button on his side of the table, and the galley lights dimmed. A shutter slid out of place on the wall beside the closet, and the green-lined latticework of a radar grid appeared on the screen behind, in the center of which was a single stationary speck. The crew was silent. Elle cast a quick glance at Phil, to find he had been glancing at her. They both knew what the speck meant. They'd been on dozens of runs together since graduation, and not all of those runs had made it to the appointed destinations. Chris and the captain were staring hard at the screen, unblinking. Even Theo's normally impenetrable cheerfulness seemed to diminish. "We're all experienced shippers," Aaron broke the silence. "We all know these sorts of things can happen. I made sure everyone's insurance policies were updated before we left Jupiter. The comm is open to anyone who wants to get a message sent in the next little while. It will transmit to Mars and should reach within the next 2 weeks. Try to keep the messages to 1 minute or less," Chris chimed in apologetically. "Any bigger and the interference might be too much." Aaron pressed another button, and the lighting returned to normal, the screen secluding itself behind its cover once more. "We have 30 hours until contact," the captain said. "We'll postpone the flip until after we're safe." Elle's attention snapped onto Aaron, realization dawning on her. "But if we postpone even an hour, we're going to miss our deceleration window." "I know," he replied calmly. And if we miss our window, we'll have to burn extra hard to get back on course, or we're going to shoot right past Mars. The speed and pitch of Elle's voice increased as she spoke, sleep clearing away in an acute caffeine-aided panic. I know, the captain said again. And if we burn incorrectly by even a few meters per second, we may not even have enough fuel to correct again. Calculations buzzed in her mind. Force to mass ratios seemed to rattle in her ears. And if we can't orient and signal out, we could be stranded for Damn it, Elle, I know. The captain's calm demeanor fractured for a moment, cutting her off. But we're fucked if they hit us and we're floating around in here while you shut the systems down for a flip. Elle held the next argument on her tongue when she realized Phil had put a hand on her shoulder. The equations seemed to subside, the crunch of numbers drifting back towards into her consciousness, numbers drifting backwards into her subconscious, as he gave her a comforting squeeze. Ever since they were kids, he had always known how to calm her down. He's the only reason I even made it out of ASE, she thought, meeting his gaze once more. I've had a message prepared and sent forward just in case, Aaron said, drawing Elle's attention back to him. At the very least, if we're stranded, they'll know that we're stranded. The silence returned as the crew of the Oresteia sat in a gathered discomfort, each of them thinking over the numerous ways the next 30 hours could go. None of them wanted to speak about what would happen if they didn't make it past the contact. Since everyone's up already, let's make the most of it, said Aaron. Phil, Theo, hop on the gun sims and get some practice in. Me and Chris will start sending out the message packs, and Elle? She broke her silent commiseration and met his eyes. Professionalism and the urgency of the situation soothing over her fear. Yes, Captain. I want you to make sure every little comms prong and radar dish that we don't need is secured or removed to keep it from getting damaged. I'll get my suit. Chapter 2. Even the intensity of the emergency meeting couldn't quite quell the exhilaration rising in Elle's chest. Phil may have been the reason she finished her degree, but spacewalking was the reason she became an engineer. No other civilian vessel position got to touch the void as much, and even after nearly 3 decades of freighter trips and thousands of hours in transit repairs, spacewalking still excited her. The bright orange exosuit was loose, covered in the necessary buckles that held it fast to her joints. The large gray-colored pack which kept her oxygen reserve sat firmly against her spine. A tool harness, fitted with dozens of wrenches, sockets, fasteners, and anything else she could need, crossed her chest. And as she closed the hatch to the Oresteia's galley, she donned the transparent semi-sphere of her helmet, which alighted with readouts as it clicked into place atop the suit. Comms check. Can you hear me in there? She called into the mic at the front of the helmet, her own voice reverberating slightly in the small space. Hi, we can hear you, Chris called back. Hatch is secure, beginning depressurization now. Copy that. You are clear to depressurize. The formality of the exchange was a necessary routine in any aerospace industry. Though most times it felt like simple tradition to call in for such a trivial thing as the engineer going for a walk, the threat of rapid depressurization made sure that the tradition held firm. Besides, Elle thought, it was always comforting to know someone else was on the other end of the line. It took 10 minutes for the airlock to fully cycle. Elle spent the time pacing back and forth between the internal and external hatches. This was always the most excruciating part of going for a walk, the waiting. She checked her gear once, then twice, and when she went to check it a third time, her radio hummed to life. If you keep looking at your kit like that, you're going to give me anxiety, Chris said sarcastically in her ear. Instead of replying, Elle held up one padded orange middle finger to the lens of the camera on the shipboard side of the airlock. It was a cramped space to be stuck in, even for 10 minutes. Barely long enough to hold 6 people standing front to back, and only wide enough to fit one, Elle felt like the proverbial sardine in a can. Though she had never actually eaten sardines, she still empathized with their long-extinct plight against Earth's old canning industry. At length, the light above the external hatch clicked from red to green. The running lights dimmed, and the readout on her screen indicated that the current pressure around her was 0 psi. Walking gingerly, now that the lack of any air made friction non-existent, she stepped towards the hatch. Pressing the large orange open button, Elle held her breath. This was her favorite part. The hatch swung silently open, powered by unseen hydraulic hinges, revealing a blanket of black sky struck through with points of brilliant white. Light, seemingly without source, poured into the small airlock, and though she knew it was just her suit's heater kicking in, it almost felt like it carried a gentle breeze of warm air with it. She let herself revel in the euphoria for a moment. All the stress and panic she'd been feeling since the meeting seemed to wash away. Knowing that she and the crew of the Oresteia were the only living things within 1,000,000 kilometers was a soothing thought. Elle had never understood planetary colonists or stationers like her parents. Being stuffed into biodomes and big metal rings with 1,000,000,000 other people just seemed chaotic and cramped, even more so than this airlock. I suppose there might be another addition to the neighborhood soon, though, Elle thought, leaning out of the airlock and looking upwards in the direction of the potential contact. The white hull of the Oresteia ascended for another 50 meters above the hatch and was mostly barren. Here and there across the expanse of metal were various instruments and solar rays, sitting idly as they collected thousands upon thousands of data points and signals from the seemingly empty space around them. Casting her gaze downward, Elle glanced at the rest of the long-haul ship. The Oresteia was over 0.5 kilometer in length, from tip of its flat nose to the end of its ion thruster. The bulk of the ship's body was made up of a latticework of metal struts and beams that held the payload, which, like most shipments from Jupiter, was hydrogen. Dozens of massive gas canisters were secured into the framework between the Oresteia's crew compartments and the engine, each comprising several million cals worth of payday. Elle pulled the carabiner attachment from her harness and pressed it into place on the safety strut. There was no satisfying click of security like there had been all those years ago in the dry dock ASE used for practice, but she knew it was secure nonetheless. Gripping a nearby external rung, she swung herself out from the airlock hatch and into the open void. Pressing a panel beside the door frame, closed the hatch, its pistons hinge slowly pulling it back into place. Aaron and I have made a list of the different arrays we still need, and Theo is checking the battery to see if we can pull in the auxiliary panels. Chris's voice came through her comms, interrupting her reverie. Remembering, with some annoyance, that she was actually on an important walk and not freely enjoying a frolic with nothingness, she replied a simple, "Copy that," and began climbing the rungs upward. The work truly wasn't that hard. It just took forever, which to Elle was about 8 hours. The list the captain and Chris gave her was extensive. Anything that wasn't needed for basic ship functionality was to be stowed and compartmentalized to keep it from getting damaged should any conflict erupt. And each of the different sensors, arrays, prongs, and doodads she had to stow seemed to require its own instruction manual just to get it to lay flat against the ship. Unscrew this, but not too far. Make sure this slide is fully compressed. Do not under any circumstances allow wire 1 to touch wire 2, etc. Some of the items on her list weren't even meant to be fully stowed, leaving an arm or apparatus protruding from the hull as if it wanted to be shot off. Though the work was tedious, Elle still found it enjoyable. Each time she let herself drift gently between errant bits of machinery, she felt the giddy lightness of the walk fill her once more. Question 1. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Woo!
Your first question is my favorite question.
Question 1. Question 2. Is the intro foreboding enough? Question 3. How many different titles can I give one character so that I don't keep saying "the captain said" over and over? Am I right? Question 4. In the small galley excerpt, do the crew seem unique enough in their own rights? 5. What do we think of L as MC? 6. How are the descriptions of the sci-fi elements? Mechanisms, the airlock, space. And question 7, general comments. Who's first? I think it's Alex. Hello.
It's always me. I volunteered for this. It's fine.
Welcome to space.
This is great. This was super fun to read. Okay. I'm gonna start with your second question. We can come back to your first one later if you want.
I mean, sure, I guess. It's kind of important.
But yes, I do think the intro is foreboding enough. You've done a good job of like setting up like this intrigue where it's like obviously the characters know what's going on, but like the reader doesn't. And like I definitely like I got to the end of your prologue, intro, whatever you're calling this, and I was immediately like, oh, I want to know more. What's happening? What's going on? And then I think you did a good job of like keeping that kind of sense of unease throughout the rest of it as well. Like especially when the captain like pulls it up and like points it out to everyone else, and they like Elle looks at Phil, who I'm assuming is her brother.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. But yeah, and they like look at each other and they're like, we know what this means. This like we're all experienced. We know these sorts of things can happen. And it's very like intriguing, and I very much want to know more, like what's happening. So you've done a good job of like building this up, and yeah, I want more of that. Third question.
No, you don't get any more. Terribly sorry.
Ooh.
I had to tell a joke. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Third question. I mean, I think. I don't think I didn't find the captains annoying. Like, I didn't find that there were too many of them. I think that those are fine, to be honest. Especially if Elle, as the point of view character, thinks of him as the captain. I think it's better to refer to him as the captain, like, consistently. I also kind of liked that Aaron, his name is Aaron, and then Chris calls him Aaron, but then Elle calls him the captain, and I think that like difference in like how they address him is like interesting characterization. What else okay, yeah, that's that question. I do think all the crew seem unique. Obviously we don't get a good look at characters like Theo and Phil yet. Like we know a little bit about them, but not too much. But like the little glimpses of them, I do think were like interesting enough, and I'm assuming they will be expanded on more in future chapters. So I think, but you've done a good job setting them all up. I do like Elle. Like being in her head is very interesting. Like she has a very interesting like view of the world, I guess. And I like that she's the one that does the spacewalks. I think that's fun. I do think the sci-fi elements are described well. You don't over-explain anything, but you don't under-explain it either. So that's good. Like you hit a good balance there. Few other things I wanted to say. Like little things like young woman in her 70s or her early 70s. Thought that was a good world building detail, because that's very jarring to us, I guess. And then you had, so the captain said, when the captain was woken up, Chris said there were 30 hours till they hit the thing, and then an hour passes and it's still at 30 hours. And I get like, generally, when people talk about things, it's easier to say 30 hours than like 29 hours. But this struck me as kind of the kind of situation where they would want like the exact time, if that makes sense. So that was just one thing I noticed. And then you said it was a cramped space to be stuck in even for 10 minutes. and I thought that felt kind of backwards, because 10 minutes is a long time to be stuck in a cramped space, in my opinion. But that could also just be like an interesting character detail, I suppose. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought Elle was an interesting character. I thought it was interesting that you kept having details that like Phil had told her they were from some place called Greece. She didn't know where that was. He also had to teach her what a dog was. So I think it's interesting that Phil has like this knowledge that she doesn't, and I'm kind of curious as to why that is. But yeah, I think you've done a good job setting this up, and I'm very, very intrigued and definitely want to know more.
Glad to hear it. Yeah, there's one point about the timing thing. I was doing the generalist view because, and this is something I haven't added in, I want to add a timer as the chapter title, like 30 hours to flip start, 29 hours to flip start. That's my plan for that. I just haven't exactly worked out the timing, but I'm glad you noticed that because I didn't. So I might have to fix that. Yeah. Thanks for the bits. There are definitely some things I didn't notice in there. Also, thank you for noticing a young woman in her early 70s. Glad someone picked that up.
Yeah, it was intriguing. I was like, oh,
World building stuff.
I don't know if they're human, but these people live long lives.
They are human. They do have long lives. Again, I'm an asshole writer. I don't exposit at all, it seems, when I write, and that's also just the way I like to read as well. I don't like to be told fucking anything, and so I'm never going to tell my readers a goddamn thing. Sorry, guys, but Gabe, you're next.
Yeah. Hey, well, to answer your questions, number two.
Important question answer. Thank you.
To answer your first question, well, I mean, okay, maybe this might be just a subjective disagreement. I think this is something I talked about with Dean a couple days ago as well. I don't really mind calling the captain the captain. I mean, this might be a more of a subjective opinion about writing, but I don't know. I feel like this word, I don't mind calling him the captain. If he's the guy. I like L as an MC. I think there was a lot. I got a lot of her character from this piece, and this sort of ties into the sci-fi elements and the world building that you were just talking about that you don't like expositing, but I think you did do a lot of expositing, but it wasn't expositing. It was because what I liked about the sci-fi elements was that they were described, but they were like personal. Like it was, I was sort of seeing this world through this character's eyes, and not just I'm gaining knowledge from from how the knowledge is entering my brain. It's like I'm putting my brain into this person's brain, and I'm braining the information through their brain and how they see it. And that's how they see the world, and that's how I see the world. I don't know if any of this is making any sense or coming across. I'm very tired.
I understand. I understand.
You're doing great.
Gabe, I love the way you describe things sometimes.
I love braining another person's brain.
That's
my favorite comment of this piece so far is braining another person's brain. I'm gonna keep that.
It's what it is. It's how I don't know. That's how I think of to describe it. That's all I got. That's all I got for notes. That's what my head hurts.
Valid. You drink some water, okay? I heard a glass move. That's good. I'm glad. If that's water, yeah, hold on. Gabe, no. Lee. Welcome.
So, glad to be here. I loved reading it, as you well know, and I do love how you build up and plant the seeds for what is later on in the story in this short little segment. Now, quickly on to your questions so I don't ramble like a completely unorganized person. answer to the first one is A. Answer to the second one is I do think that your intro is foreboding enough. I wouldn't add too much more to it because after a certain point it'll become heavy-handed, but your emphasis on the use of they is very well done, and it does foreshadow quite a bit if you know what's happening. Question number 3. If you're not comfortable with calling him the captain all the time, change to his last name. All right? So you can call him the captain, or like Harrison too, right? Because it's still a symbolic nod to the respect that his crew has for him. But I honestly think the captain is fine because that is his established character role. In a small galley excerpt, do you think the crew seems unique enough in their own right? They do. They do each seem unique enough in their own right. And I love the character interactions that you had that built up these characters in my head as you first introduced them. However, after the introduction, that does peter out a little bit. And the thing is, like, I'm not really sure how to fix it because you don't want to stop the dialogue that you're having between Ellie and the captain and be like, and these fuckers are still here and doing things. Yay. Maybe as they're talking, as Ellie starts talking to them and zoning in on the captain, put a little more detail about how they're just like sitting down and shutting up because they have no idea about what's happening. I like Ellie as main character. She knows enough about the world to make it interesting, but she has enough, like, her knowledge is so focused that it's easy to point out where someone that is in Ellie's like boots would not have knowledge, such as wouldn't know dogs, wouldn't know grease necessarily unless someone explained to her, and that does add a lot to the world building in this piece. For your sci-fi elements, I want you to describe space more. I really do. As the door opens for her first spacewalk, I want you to describe what it looks like and the enormity that she's floating out in. Because you do a couple of like fun like pokes at how it is literally just void. But I want you to lean into that a little bit more, especially in the context of what is coming out of that void towards them later in the story. The sci-fi elements are good. And once again, I do want you to describe a little more minutia of, because I love the tanks and describing all the parts of the spaceship that are on the outside and how she has to go through everything. Maybe describe the sound or lack of sound that she's experiencing, right? Because I think that would be an interesting thing. And general comments, I really enjoyed reading it. It has enough momentum to keep the reader hooked and engaged and dragging them forward, which I really like.
Thank you.
And that
I'm
might be-
glad. I put question 3 in there because I am personally self-conscious about reusing titles and names too often. I find it's something I've done in the past, but if no one seems to mind it so far, I might just keep doing what I'm doing because I thought I was just layering the captain on way too thick personally, but I digress. Thanks, Lee. Can't wait to show you more.
I tend to find it's hard to overuse. No.
Alrighty, darling.
I know this story. We've talked about this story before, and I still think you should have called it something else. But I'm not going to put out the working Uber Eats, Meals on Wheels. Anyway, whatever. Meals to go. Your answer to your first question. Answer to your second question. The intro is very foreboding. I really like the ending of the intro. The someone is humming. I like that, and I know what that means, which is why I like that. I want to hum more. Calling the captain thing, like people have been saying, using the captain works, and it's better to stick with one title than to pepper in a bunch of different titles that are with an inconsistency. Like I think I remember reading one story where one of the characters had like there were only 2 characters in the story, and then one was referred to as the girl, the woman, the female, and it
God.
pulled me out of the story. So just having L refer to them as the captain or captain, and then I can't. The last name is escaping me. Atreus. Captain Atreus, and then just Atreus. Even if you feel the captain is too much, as long as you're consistent with it, it'll work. The small galleries expert, yeah, they stand out each in their own way, but people have already commented on that, so I'm not going to repeat what people have said. I like L. I want to know more about Ellie, whatever. I'm tired. It's past midnight. She's interesting. I want to know more about her brain things. I want to know if she ever does figure out about where Greece, like, does that come up again, or is it just a one-off mention? Like, Phil says we're from Greece. I don't know where that is. Let's move on. I want to know more about her thought process on that. Like, Phil's telling her all this information. Well, is she actually curious about it, or is it just in through one ear, out through the other kind of thing? Your description of sci-fi elements are well thought out, and I know you've done a lot of research on that kind of stuff. You think a lot about it. You've done your research on it, and it's apparent. General comments. There's one thing, like I made a note about redundancy, and the only example that I can find right now is when at the very beginning, when the captain's like, "Shit, that's right at flip start, isn't it?" Chris nodded in response. You can just say Chris nodded. And I think there were a couple other parts of that, but that's the only one I can remember right now. Otherwise, yeah, I like it. Write more. Show me who's humming.
You'll get to see her eventually. Eventually. Alrighty. Maybe I should explain why the story is called The Hunger eventually as well. Dean. Meals to go. Skip the dishes. Skip the dishes.
All right. So, first of all, to answer question 1,
I'm glad everyone bought into the joke. It's great. I love it.
Okay. I don't know how well that came through, but that's my answer to Okay. So, the intro, I liked it. It was foreboding enough. However, I did want to kind of talk about that more in my general comments, so I'll save that for later. In terms of addressing the captain, I think the only time that I feel like saying the captain said over and over would be bothersome is if you literally did that in a single paragraph. Like the captain said, then the captain said, the captain said, that the captain said. That's when it would get annoying. But otherwise, you're fine. It works just fine. Like when you're addressing someone by it, or when someone has a title as like high ranking as the captain, then probably that's what would be carried out anyway. So, or at least that's how I'm thinking it. And I think everybody else is kind of agreeing that you don't overuse the captain said or the captain in general. It's fine. In terms of addressing the crew, yes, they do seem unique enough in their own rights. Specifically how Elle frames them, and I'll get to that in a minute because I think Elle is probably one of my favorite parts about this. But anyway, how they're framed in the little bits that we know about them is good. Like they have a bit of interest in and of themselves. They each have their own personality, which in an opening chapter is good because you want to gauge that kind of interest immediately. Meanwhile, as a protagonist, I really like Elle. If she is not the protagonist in her own right, then she is definitely like a good main character so far, and I frame that as in something I'll address again later. But yeah, Elle has a lot of potential to be like a really good point of view into one aspect of the mythic cosmos, I think. Sci-fi elements are good. I personally I've noted it down in my own comments that some things were probably needing some kind of explanation. However, you could easily just do that in like some other kind of document. I don't want you to interrupt the flow to kind of explain how things are working. So like on its own and with enough context, yeah, it works. Just your version of space is flowing really well and really good right now, I think. So yeah, that's kind of firing through the questions, because there were a couple things that I wanted to kind of discuss. The first one is about the intro, actually, and I feel like I know why it's there. I know that it's meant to serve as kind of like an intrigue into, or like a first sneak peek into some of the characters, how their relationships work. However, also like teasing the main conflict of the story, and that is the humming and or the spec. And that, I think, like for us as an audience to know all of that beforehand is good. However, for some reason, because Elle learns of this information like immediately beforehand, and I assume we kind of then progress the entire story from her perspective, or like over her shoulder. It almost makes like for a little bit, it almost makes me question why we have that intro in the first place when we have the rest of the story to figure out the mystery already. If that's making any sense. Like, I'm not saying you should axe the intro, but I am just wondering then, if we're going to be exploring like this part of the myth, or like this story within the mythic cosmos as Elle, and when she is given the brief by the captain and the rest of the crew of the events happening in the intro, then would you consider like exploring the events of the intro throughout the rest of the narrative from Elle's perspective?
I understand exactly what you mean. And it was something that I immediately felt when reading through it this time, is like, wait a second, didn't I just discuss the spec and why it was kind of relevant in the intro? Why am I saying this again to Elle and the reader? This seems a bit redundant as a general scope thing, and I do agree. And I am now thinking of ways to better deliver it. I know, and I think Lee and Marie-Soleil know, of course, why the intro is there and the few points it has that are very important. Like when the captain is thinking, I'm already late, Tantalus will even keep me on the books, and the humming, those tie into two extremely important bits that come in later in the story. So like, again, I know why the intro's there, but I do see the redundancy, and that can be worked on.
Yeah. So again, I'm not telling you to like completely axe the intro already, but I'm just saying, like, if you're going to be exploring the events of the intro anyway, and like the interest of the humming, then if there's a way to integrate what happens in the intro, or if there's a way to integrate that into the main narrative at a slower but more like, but a more like traditional pace, where things kind of like where Elle learns about these things, then like feel free to do that too. Because it feels like there's a bit of a disconnect because like you already know this information, but then suddenly the character is now learning all this information that you know already. So it's like,
It is a double redundancy. Yeah. I feel it.
A couple other things actually that I wanted to note actually before I get to, or actually wait, I'll state this. This is something that like really threw me off, because it is when you describe Elle through a mirror. That is very cliche and overdone. So I know that it's thing. I know that like there could be other ways to kind of write that or write the description of L throughout it, but yeah, just writing through a mirror is like, or like describing a character through a mirror, like regardless of however different this character looks or is aged or appears as, is that in itself is a very familiar beat that I think is too common, I think, and would like thing. I want to see what you can do to try to like change that. But on L, and as a final point, I think it's similar to how I was reading The Crown of Fawn in my head with May. It seems as if L is definitely, like, again, if not the protagonist, she is likely going to be the main anchor of the story. So like a lot of how things are framed and how things are discussed, it is coming through, or it is over her shoulder or her eyes basically. And I think then I would want, like personally, I would want just a little bit more of a personal connection when it comes to describing these things. Like for example, or I think like my biggest example is when she enters the thing, is when she enters the closet, or when she enters like the single largest room aboard the ship, the galley serving, it's like a meeting place, an exercise room, kitchen, dining room. Like that is exposited in a way that is like kind of, how do I say this? Like it feels like it's just everything that is there, but as a way to kind of, I think, tell a little bit more about Elsa, like better characterize her while also describing said thing, you could add a personal connection to it. I noticed too that you were mentioning that there were a bunch of eyes looking at it, so you could maybe have Elle count the eyes from one specific area of the galley. So you could have a friend looking at her from the meeting place. You could have a new recruit looking at her from the exercise room. You could have, you know, a couple of like her favorite chefs looking from the kitchen, and you know, there's just like, you know, some randos in the dining room. Does that make any sense?
I get it. Giving that more personal feel, and I the term that immediately popped to mind when we were talking about this is that my description of the galley is neutral. It is not tied to any specific thing, person, or character within it. It is just a room description as Elle moves into it. And what you're saying is I should tie it to Elle and what she sees and what she would notice first. And I do like that idea, and I definitely like that idea. Even so far as to go as like, usually when Elle is on uptime, it's configured this way because she's doing this or something along those lines.
Yeah, and like ultimately when it comes to tying in information, you don't ever have to cut anything. It's just simply adding that connection that would be the extra work, because having a personal connection to the story, and keep in mind I'm speaking from experience and from how like a lot of stories that I've read, that personal connection just not only allows you to be a lot more creative with the scene, but it allows you to better describe how your character sees and views the world. Because yeah, like you said, it's one thing to have like a very neutral description of everything that's around. Like you can you can describe the galley, you could describe the ship itself. However, like things like the piercing diodes of the light, like that is like really nice. And it's probably a thing that like I can imagine Elle would be sick of at first, or like Elle would be sick of, like she's seen these lights so many times at like this specific time or something that like it's burning, it's searing her eyes, and like that is good detail that makes that kind of setting personal. So whether you want to it's best to kind of like extend that towards a lot of the neutral descriptions that you have. Like I think in chapter 2 there's the spacewalk. Like that is super, super personal, because you can have so much free reign to like explore space essentially from her perspective. It can be as romantic or as like euphoric as it can be, because if she's loving this, like if this is the one constant, like if this is the one constant in her time aboard the ship that like is wonderful to her, then like dive into that, like explain just how beautiful like a spacewalk is from her perspective, because not everyone sees it differently. And to be honest, in a fantasy world or in a sci-fi world, like things where there's hundreds of characters and like different settings no matter what, like it's best, I think, to kind of focus on a single perspective sometimes. And I say sometimes because obviously there's exceptions, but like in this case, if Elle is going to be the main character, then I want to see what the main character sees. And that's it.
Yee. I will make one fun little note. The mirror scene, hyper cliche. The mirror scene is also written after absolutely everything else, because Lee told me I don't describe my characters, so she has no idea what they look like, and so I threw in the mirror scene. Because once again, fuck exposition. I don't even usually describe what my characters look like, so the fact that you noticed that, real on par.
It can be a thing. Like there are ways to kind of like supplement that. Like for me, in my, like as an example, Porter is described around chapter 3 where she starts like washing, like, you know, cleaning herself up. I don't tell it through the mirror, but I explain like her physical appearance by like the actions that she does. So like as she washes her skin, I describe what the color of the skin is. She washes her face, I describe what's on her face. Stuff like that. Like obviously if you want to try that, you're more than welcome to. However, you can, I'm sure there's a way that you can not, I'm sure there's a way you can describe a character and not rely on the mirror, because yeah, the mirror scene is really, really annoyingly cliche. And it, like the momentum up until that point had been like, holy shit, this is great. Oh my God, a mirror scene. Oh, it's great again.
Good to know that was a speed bump for you. Understood. Yeah. Understood. Copy. Yeah, well, thanks everybody for reading my stuff. Now, who wants to hear the whole story so you can get all the fun references I made? Because I'm dying to tell you, even though it's like 12:45. Thank you.
It is 12:45. That's the thing.
I want to know.
You want to
You
know?
need to write the story, Tyler.
No, I'm going to explain it out in like rapid word thought, and that is it. Never written. Good. Silence.
If you want, Tyler, we can dedicate a whole podcast or a whole episode next season for just the Mythic Cosmos.
Ugh. That would be lovely, but that makes me feel hyper self-centered, even as a narcissistic hedonist. So yeah, let's do it.
You have other writers in it. You can talk about that if you want.
I do. Yeah. 2 of them are here with us. Anyways.
Actually read up a bit about my character.
So
happy.
It is gauging to be pretty late. So how is everybody?
I need to head in pretty quick.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied. I think we got everything done. We should let people sleep.
Please.
Yeah.
Please hit the button, please. I'm begging you.
I work in an hour. I'm wide fucking awake.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Have a good day.
Yo, bastard, please.
Yeah. All right.
Please.
So I'll quickly close off. So, for everybody listening, if you have first of all, we've been recording since 7, or 7 p.m. So if you've listened to this entire episode, please subscribe. Just we talk about these things a lot. So like if you like the workshop format and if you liked everything that we discussed, then please let us know in the comments of our YouTube video or through DMs. Seriously, like we would love to know how you thought about the story and how you kind of like made your own comments. If you made any comments along the way, that'd be great. However, yeah, it has been a pretty long session, so let's start closing off. So, Gabe, hold on. With all of that being said, thanks everybody for listening in, and thank you for listening in during this season. For us, you can find all of us, or you can connect with us at the InkGuild on TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. We are more active on TikTok, but we still use Twitter and Instagram whenever we can. Our main home is on YouTube and Spotify at the InkGuild, where we upload, or on Spotify we upload the InkGuild podcast exclusively. On YouTube, we tend to do more fun things aside from the podcast. If you want to check out more of us, or if you want to learn about us in detail, we have a Wix site. However, you can also just connect with us individually on social media. And that's about it. Quick thanks, or as a quick closing segment, quick thanks to everybody for joining us this season. Thank you to everyone hosting, or thank you to everyone who hosted this season. I find it really interesting that like when we were each like doing our workshops, we each hosted like the commentators portion. Like we kind of decided like, okay, after this person spoke, then the next person will speak. I like that. That was really great. And yeah, I think that's about it. It was a good season, and I can't wait for season 6. So thanks everybody. Have a good night.
See y'all then.
Good night.